And it was a good bank. There was more than one band of cash that went up. So I had 20 grand. So I drive away and I'm maybe half a minute from the rent-a-car. I'm going to dump this and I'm going to get out of town and I'm good. I look in the rearview mirror and the lights, man, I got lit up and my foot's doing this number, right? It's going back and forth between the gas pedal and the brake. I'm like, you know what, man? It's been a decent run. Eventually everybody gets caught, right? Pull the Durango over to the side of the road. So I've got 3 strips of double-sided tape that are just shining like hell on the top of my head. On the front seat of the car is a microwave oven, right? Makes perfect sense. And where the keys should be is a screwdriver about that long. And he looks at me and he goes, do you know why I'm pulling you over? And I go, nope, I'm trying to work that out. Your gas cap's open. You know, in this heat, you're probably losing about a gallon an hour. He's like, for real? You might want to get out and close that. So I cranked this thing down. I said, thank you. He goes, have a great day. Turned around, right? And I drove off.
Hey, this is Matt Cox, and I am here with Captain Tommy. He is a YouTuber. He runs the YouTube channel The Lifeboat. I think he will correct me if I'm wrong. And he has an extremely interesting true crime story. So check out the interview. I appreciate you, coming on the channel and telling me your story. You just kind of, we just had a kind of a rundown. And I know we have Tyler in common. My booking agent, does he book guests for you or is he just booking you?
He does not. He just reached out to me. I think probably through the Aaron channel over there on Growing Up in Scientology. I've been doing a lot over there with them, and those two have a common bond. So
it's funny. Somebody said in the comment section the other day, because I always say, because to me it's like start at the beginning, like where were you born? You know what I'm saying? But I had a guy in the comment section the other day said, if Matt Cox was interviewing Jesus Christ, he'd start with, tell me where you were born.
It's a pretty decent comment. And I have watched enough of your stuff to know that was coming. I grew up in New England. I was born in the state of Vermont, small state, and grew up. I had really an idyllic childhood, man. I grew up Norman Rockwell, like really small New England town, and just did a lot of skiing, a lot of sports. My parents stayed married till the very end. Yeah, man, I really am one of those guys that if you look at, you don't go, well, it's pretty obvious why this dude ended up in prison, right? Like everybody else in my family sort of took a different direction. But I took a lot of pain medication from the ski injuries. I did a lot of backflips on skis, things like that. Ended up competing in the Red Bull Big Air circuit. And I just beat my body up really badly. And I spent a lot of time on pain meds, and it sounds ignorant as hell saying it out loud, but I had no idea that when I stopped taking them, I was going to get sick. And I mean, I literally was on them for years because I was just always injured. And, a couple of times I would stop taking them and I would get sick, and I didn't realize it was withdrawal. Like I just thought, you know what? I had a really bad 2-week cold there, whatever, couldn't sleep. And then, but once the addiction really got a hold of me, at about 18, it just, the wheels came off, and I started to look for every way possible that I could to make money without having to do real work. I mean, that's really what it came to. Real fast. Right. Started out with me FedExing drugs to from one part of the country to the other, and smuggling a couple of really large loads of cocaine into Australia. That was the like my entree into the world of crime. I was really, really young. In fact, the day of the Rodney King.
How old were you?
Well, it was April 26, 1992, right? It was the Rodney King riots was the day that I landed in Sydney, Australia with cowboy boots loaded from toe to top with bags of blow, suck sealed. And so, yeah, I was 20. I don't think I was legal. 20, 21, somewhere in there. I was really young, really, really young. If I was legal, I was just legal. Like I was just old enough to drink at that point. And I probably would have stuck with that. I made a lot of money doing it. But I had the most horrific experience on a trip going in there. They didn't want to let me take in cowboy boots because they were snakeskin. And the guy was like, we have the largest reptile population on the planet. So you're going to need to take the boots off, leave the boots here. We'll just put them in a bag and then give them to you. And I mean, I pull this boot off and it's all over, right? They're big suck sealed bags. I think on that one I had 36 ounces, 38 ounces, something like that. I mean, enough to do a lot of time. And in Australia, that probably would have. And I just got really lucky. Dude walked up as I was looking like I was trying to pull the boot off and sort of saying to the guy, man, these are not real snakeskin. I paid almost nothing for these. And the guy came up and pulled off one of the scales, like bit it until it was flat. And he goes, no, you're good, mate. You can go ahead. Like I walked out of the airport with my legs, and that was the end of my my drug smuggling. That was the end of that. The adventure of going through customs with blow was enough to talk me out of that real quick. So no, I got back and started sending a lot of coke to from Houston, Texas to Boston, Massachusetts, and kind of got wrapped up with some bad cats. Like the people that I was sending the stuff to were these fellas, or at least really associated with some Irish guys that were that didn't have a very big sense of humor when it came to business. But I worked with those guys for probably about 2.5 years. Never lost a load, never had a problem. It just got to the point where getting them to send money up front, everything wanted to be fronted and everything wanted to be. And every fifth load there was a story, and the story was somebody broke in last night and they got half the load, and it just became one of those things where I knew I was going to end up shooting one of these dudes, or they were going to shoot me. So I started to. The idea was that I was going to start going straight, and I started looking for something that I could do that would be halfway legitimate, and I couldn't find anything. I really couldn't. I mean, I think I was just sort of larcenous from day one. At that point, I just really kind of, I was abhorrent of any kind of real work. So I fell in with a group of people that used to go from town to town, and you've seen the ads on TV. Come to the Radisson on Tuesday, and we're going to teach you how to make money in real estate, or how to make money on the internet, or how to flip houses, or whatever the flavor of the month club was. But we would make infomercials, and it became a really huge thing. Like, we made insane amounts of money. And basically we were able to skirt the laws. And if you looked at what we were doing at any given point, we were this close to going to prison, but we had a team of attorneys that let everything fly, so that if somebody wanted to take us to court, we had a really good case. We didn't lie, but I was literally the first person that came up with the concept of the phrase using techniques found within this system. If you watch the old infomercials, a person had to say, all right, I bought this kit, I made this much money. Well, that's impossible, because what came first, the chicken or the egg? How the hell did you find the kit? There had to be an infomercial, there had to be a testimonial, right? So it becomes a very difficult thing to get that first one up and off the ground. So what we did is we just found a group of guys who made money. Didn't matter how you did it. You're selling porn on the internet. Half of the people we had were people that were doing porn stuff because the internet was brand new. But using the phrase, using techniques found within the system. So we just took the system and put it together based on whatever anybody was doing. It was legal. It was really unethical, but it was legal.
So you guys would do what? You do infomercials, put them on what, in the morning?
We sell a kit for $39. Yeah, middle of the night, $500,000 a week in media buys, and middle of the night stuff. Every once in a while, you might get like a Sunday afternoon or something, but for the most part, it's the middle of the night. And you try to get people that are up in the middle of the night. You're not up in the middle of the night because all your bills are paid, right? And we're looking for people that have a little bit of desperation. We're looking for people that are not happy with their life. And you charge $39, and believe it or not, we would lose like $10, right? To sell that kit for $39 was costing us about $49 to put in their hand. But when they opened it up, it said, call your startup specialist. And the startup specialist gives you a spiel where we say, hey, everybody on that infomercial had a coach, right? Coach holds your hand, make sure you're successful, because we need those testimonials, right? And I walk you through the process of why this is going to be so easy. There's no chance in hell you can fail on this unless you're just a blithering idiot. Right? If you can follow a roadmap, you're going to be successful, and we're going to use you as the testimonial in the next infomercial. And that's $10,000. And it takes about 24 minutes, 25 minutes if you're good at it, from start to finish. It's a 2-part sale. So one guy finds out that the person's got money. You're not talking to anybody that doesn't have cash. But we put this entire scam together, and it got really big really quick. Like at one point we had a room that was doing $1 million a week in sales. And that was one telemarketing room. And we had 16 going. And 9/11 came. And as it turned out, are you familiar with the concept of the reverse shell merger? Right? This in stock, this is the greatest. This makes all of us scammers on the planet look like ministers, right? They find the company that's defunct. They find a company that was publicly traded, say 1910, before the Act of 1930, when all of the stock laws and everything came into place, what they call the Act, right? That gets you insider trading or whatever. If you find the company that went out of business before that happened and you acquire that company, that stock is still live. The stock never goes dead. That's why every stock certificate says par value 0.0000000, and then it has that one. It's like 1/1 billionth of a penny. Makes that so that it is an asset. It's never going to go away. You take the company, you put a new name on it, right? If you control all of that stock. So what would happen is we would go find these companies, and you would go and find the stock certificates, death certificates, find out who used to own the stock, see if you could get made a piece of paper that says that they actually sold that stock to somebody in 1942 or whatever the case may be. But we would acquire every single share of the stock. And now you control it completely. So a guy calls up and puts in a bid, right? Matty says, I want to buy X stock at $1 a share. Nobody fills the bid. They can't. I own every share, right? So no one's going to fill this bid. Broker calls back, says, I'm trying. No one's filling the bid. He says, okay, bump it up to $2 a share, right? I'll pay 2. Yeah, nobody did it. Keeps doing that until he gets to 5. I filled the bid, right? So now the stock is trading at $5 a share, and I'm sitting on 250 million shares of it. Now, there's nothing there. There's no assets. There's no anything. The government has made it so that you can't get away with this. Every single quarter, you have to tell them what your assets are, what your liabilities are, everything that's going on in the companies. It's called your 10 Qs, right? But if you're pre-1933, you don't have to do that. You actually only have to fill out those papers once a year. So you just trash the ever-loving hell out of this company. You got 365 days to do a pump and dump. You get the stock up as high as you possibly can. Then you get rid of all of it. Then you change the name, shut the company down, run like hell. Usually the guys at the very top probably leave the country. But I got very involved with people doing that. And it was great because those guys made, rock star money. That was the first time that I saw money that was just like unreal. As this was being explained to me, I was a young kid. And the guy said to me, you got $100 on you? And I didn't have $20 on me. I said, you know what? I don't know if I got one. Right? So he takes one out of his pocket and he puts it on a photocopier. He says, I make a copy of this thing. Right. And we will both stand the chance to go into prison.
Right.
He said, I take this same piece of paper and I can make a stock certificate out of this that we can sell legally for whatever we want. Right. Legally. And, as long as we're done by the end of the year. So they end up walking into banks and they say, I got 200 million shares of free trading stock in a company that is trading at $5 a share. Right. I would like to borrow $35 million. How much of the stock do you need to as collateral for this? And it just became kind of manufacturing money. And at this point, my habit just got to the point where it was insane. I mean, like literally insane. I was doing 7 or 8 grams of heroin a day, 6 daily. If I was partying 7 or 8 grams, and this was in the days when heroin was still really expensive, so no matter how much cash I was making, I was spending thousands of dollars a day. And if I made $1 million in a year, I spent $1 million in 25. I just had that. I'd never been a person that could seem to keep. It didn't matter what I did.
No moderation
at all. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. You know what I'm saying? And that's really where it was. So we continued running these scams until one day we got in with a group of people out of Canada who had Celine Dion, Deion Sanders, Emmett Smith, Muhammad Ali, like 70 stars endorsing this deal. And I don't know for legal reasons if I should mention the name of the deal. It should not be hard to figure out. If you type in everything I just said into Google, you'll get it. It was a Canadian company. I don't know what the legalities are with this thing because the guy that was running it was he was a scam artist. He was a Canadian scam artist. He'd already been to prison, already done some dirt. But they were bringing in money by selling a soy product, and we were feeding meals to homeless kids. This is the theory. And this is pretty much where my conscience actually, you got to get at some point, there is a line that you don't cross. And that deal was probably the one that ended my legal. This is what really sent me off the rails. I was their public speaker, and I could go into a room of people and get them to donate money and take 10%. Right. So if the room donates 100 grand, I make 10,000 and go all over the country doing this. And you got big, huge stars people would pay unbelievable amounts of money to get a picture taken with Muhammad Ali. And we went everywhere with him, got to meet the cat, and, really had a very interesting time, but there was never anything about it that smelled right. You know what I mean? It was the way it was set up. The thing ended up really exploding epically. Fortunately, I had already gone by that point. I was getting ready to go on stage to speak, and I had one leg up. I had no pants on, right? Because you keep your pants looking creased out before you walk out on stage, right? So I'm just sitting in a pair of boxers and a shirt with a tie, and I'm sticking a shot behind my knee, right? There's about the only place I could still find a vein at that point. And guy walked in and looked at me and went, "What the hell are you doing, Tommy?" And I was like, "Insulin?" And he said, "Brown insulin behind your knee?" And I said, "Look, dude, I'm addicted to heroin. I've been addicted to heroin since the day you met me, right? There's never been a point at which I wasn't on heroin. It's not like I'm walking out on stage for the first time wasted, right? Just go watch what I do. And, this is not a big deal. I promise I'll go get help or whatever." And he's like, "No, man, you're done. You're fired. Like you're done. And I was like, "You going to go out and do the show?" I mean, it is. Most people are not really fond of standing up in front of a group of people. Even the people that hire you to do it, I assure you, don't want to go out and do it themselves. In a very, very short time, we negotiated a very large one last deal, and I went on stage and did the last show and got 20% instead of 10%, and I got blackballed. I mean, blackballed, bro. Like I could not get a job as a public speaker on the planet, like anywhere I went, and this was my gig. I didn't have another skill, right? I was a skier. There was nothing else I could do on planet Earth except sell from the front of the room. And I have a $600 a day heroin habit, right? I'm doing 6 grams a day. Now, by the end, it was $100 a gram. It got really cheap, now I think it's probably down to 30, but I remember when it was 300 a gram, but I still had to come up with $600 a day every day for me. My wife had a habit, we had cars, houses, I had to come up with just under 30K to cover the nut. And I don't have a paycheck anymore, right? There's no more money coming in. And my wife had not worked in years. I made the money I made. I don't think she understood what I did. My wife had a horrendous alcohol problem. My first wife she would just drink all day, and not, she was classy. She was a very classy lady, but she drank an ungodly amount of booze. So once I was blackballed, I became a criminal, and I became a criminal really quickly. Now it was whatever I could steal. I needed to come up with this money, and there was no other option. Like, at this point, I really don't have a criminal record. I mean, I had been pinched for stupid stuff as a kid, but I didn't have massive felonies hanging over my head. I jumped a fence at a concert or anything like that. Silly stuff. But now all of a sudden, I don't know how to be a criminal. Like, the kind of crime I did, I put a suit on for, and now I had to become like a blue collar criminal. And I started off ripping off stores and just stupid things. You know what I mean? I would steal things and I'd think, "Oh, this is fantastic," without realizing that then you had to sell it, right? Like you can't just take the DVD player to the dope man and say, "Hey, how many grams do I get for this?" Right. So
right.
I started shoplifting, and I started shoplifting big time because I had to come up with a lot of money. So I wasn't your average run of the mill, shoplifter. I used to go into hardware stores, and I would go to that little door on the back that's got the alarm. You hit that door and it goes, eh, eh, eh. I would know that expandable foam right off the shelf, and I would hit the speaker and just cover the entire thing. And then I'd walk around and fill up a cart. And when I'd come back through the second time, I'd kick the door open. It wouldn't make a sound. You hear it's covered. And then we'd fill up the back of the truck and leave. When we finally got poked this was one particular hardware store that everyone in the world shops at. When it was all said and done.
Who's we? Who's we?
Well, I had a getaway driver. I got a cat by the name of Jack, Jack never got a felony and was there for probably 90% of the dirt that I did. But he's a stand-up cat. You know what I mean? He really is. He's a stand-up cat, and he didn't have a felony. And at that point, I had 2 or 3. So, he was a getaway driver if I needed one. And for the most part, I really didn't like doing things with other people. They tend to screw up every time, and they tend to run their mouths. The FBI had Jack for like 30 hours before the idiot realized he literally could say, "I'm not talking to you people, and I'm leaving." Like, they had him 30 hours, and he didn't give me up. Like, he didn't give up anything. The kid held his mud, which is really kind of incredible for a guy who's never done any time, But
so when you finally go into this store, you get pinched. How'd you get grabbed?
So I go in, right? And I didn't have Jack with me. I was going in to do a deal alone. So I was just going to grab a couple of $1,000 worth of stuff and just walk out the front door. Right. And I have a check in my pocket made out to Home Depot, right? Just in case. Right. So it looks like I'm ready to go. Obviously, I'm planning on buying this. I'm not planning on stealing this. Like, a little thought in advance. But I pick up these 2 suitcases full of Ryobi tools. They were like $1,200 a case at that time. And I started walking to the front door, and I'm not talking about 50 feet from the front door. Like, I'm nowhere near the towers. I'm nowhere near anything. And I just got tackled like a boom. Dude takes me out from the side like Lawrence Taylor. And
so you could have still paid for
like
it.
6 guys on me. I was like, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right.
And that's what I'm yelling. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm doing the Academy Award stuff. What are you people crazy? I said, I got to check my inside pocket, man. I'm here to. They bring me to the back, right? And I'm putting on the scene of a century. All right, scene of the century. I'm getting perp walked to their little back office, and I'm yelling the whole time. My lawyers are going to destroy you. Are you crazy? And I walk in, and the entire wall is me. There are pictures, like top to bottom, on the entire wall, and there are pictures of me in different outfits and stores that I know aren't even that store. Like this has been the headquarters of where they're trying to get us, but they've got pictures of me in like 6 or 7 different Home Depots. And I just looked up, and he goes, what were you saying? What did you want to tell me? And I just looked up at the wall, and I was like, I'd like to talk to an attorney. I don't really want to talk to anybody right now. And that was the first pinch that sent me to prison. They estimated that we had stolen $2.5 million worth of stuff from them. So, they estimated that I did, because Jack didn't get pinched in any of that. But
in what period? Over what period?
So about 7 months. About 7 months.
Wow.
We were going really hard. There were 5 in the neighborhood. 5 in the city. So we were going, every day we'd pick a new one and go in there, and you just had to steal a lot. And fences are the worst people on the planet. Honest to God, like fences and pawn shops. So, but you go to a fence and you bring him stuff, and he goes, "Oh man, this is awesome. Right? $2,000 here. I'll give you $1,000." Now you go back with the same thing, and he's like, "Man, what am I going to do with this?" Right? I don't need any of these things. I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar. And you're stealing, $8,000-$9,000, and you're getting $1,200, and you need the dope. There's no way you can say no. And I remember I sat down with Jack one day, and I said, "I'm not stealing anything I got to sell ever again. Like, from this point on, I'm stealing money. I'm not stealing anything that I got to convert to anything. I'm stealing cash." And he's like, "So you're going to become a bank robber?" And originally, believe it or not, I went the stupider route. And my first foray into robbery for real, I knocked off a casino. Now, before you think of like Ocean's 11, right? I want you to think of a strip mall. So you've got like a Scolari store, right? You got a Scolari store in the strip mall, and like 2 doors down from the Scolaris is just another sliding door, and it goes into a William Hill sports book. So it's basically a bookie, and where you can place sports bets, and they've got maybe 60 machines, 70 machines that play.
But this is a legal casino. It's just a little shitty.
I'm in Nevada. Yeah, I'm in Nevada. This is, but it's just these are all over Nevada now, right? The strip center casino, the local, like Dottie's. There's a whole chain of them, and it's like the local little 40 machines, 50 machines. It keeps you out of the big casinos. But that was that was my first lick, and the reason I did it is because where the cash register is on arm's length from the door. Like, as I walked by, the thing automatically opened, and I looked and I saw the cash register. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. What shit for brains would put a cash register that close to an exit? It just didn't make any sense. So I walked by and, went in, and the guy was standing right at the register, and I was like, "Listen, open that thing. I need all of it." give me the cash underneath. I want every penny. And I figured, being stupid, it's got to be what, 30, 40 grand. This is a casino, right? It's got to be a ton of money in this. And I got about $5,000, which was a lot of risk for $5,000. Like, that's 25 years. That's armed robbery. And in the state of Nevada, if you mess with a casino, like if they had gotten me within the 7 years, I actually got away with that one. I never got caught. So tried to cut a deal on it later.
Have you got a gun, or are you just telling them open it?
Actually, as sad and humiliating as this is, I would have got charged with a gun because I didn't know any better, but I didn't have a gun. I had what looked remarkably like a gun, but it was not a gun. And the reason was just, I honestly am not really a gun person, which is funny because I ended up doing time for a crap load of guns, but I'm not a gun dude. I'm not much on wanting to hurt people. I just want cash. You know what I mean? Like I wanted the money. And unfortunately, sometimes you had to hurt people because it's that kind of a gig. But for the most part, I just wanted to have enough money to do dope and not have to worry about life, get my bills paid. So after the casino, I was like, that's a wrap. I'm not doing that ever again. That was way too much risk for not enough reward. So I started to research bank robberies. And that was the start. And I did my first one, and I was absolutely heinous at it. Like it's amazing that I didn't get caught.
What was the first one? Like how'd you pick the place? Like how'd that go?
So the first one went like this. I met a convict when I was in the state joint who said to me, how long did you go to the state? By the way, you never said how much time you got for that. They gave me 36 months. And in typical Tommy Scoville, my life is like nobody else's kind of fashion. An inmate he was going to get glasses off the top bunk, and you've been in prison, so he was standing on the bottom bunk and the mattress slid toward the wall. So he came down this way and he hit his head on the on the stainless steel sink, and it just ripped the back of his head open like that wide. It's over. This dude's going to bleed out in like 4 minutes. And I went in and got him like this and stuffed my hand into the back of his head because the blood was squirting in every direction. So they come in and I got this dude in a headlock like this, and there's blood all over the floor. They're literally just wanting to kill me. Get your hands in the air. I'm like, dude, this isn't what it looks like. If I put my hands in the air, this dude's done. You know what I mean? I'm not. So I got kicked out of prison for saving this dude's life.
Nice.
Like it took 2 months for them to do paperwork, and people had sort of like whispered about it. I thought it was BS. And a guy came to me. I was playing softball, and he's like, "They want you, man. You're gone." I'm like, "Gone where?" He's like, "You're going home." They're kicking you out. So yeah, in typical Tommy fashion, that didn't last very long. But once I met a guy in there that said to me, I've robbed X number of banks. And I'm like, you're in a state facility, right? If you're a bank robber, shouldn't you be in the feds, number one? Like, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that you're that this is a state, charge. But he starts to tell me about how to rob a bank. And sounds pretty legit. Like this dude's definitely, if he's not a bank robber, he's sure as crap has thought up a really good story for what a bank robbery should look like. And I followed his instructions. And the way I picked the bank, always and forever, the way I picked the bank was first, I wanted to know where the police station was, right? I didn't want to, because you can accidentally rob a bank that's, a 60-second ride from a police station. If you don't start going around in circles. I robbed a bank once, and I'm not even being funny. This is a gospel truth. I robbed a bank once, and I've never had anybody close. I'm long gone. I've never had a cop pull up. With one exception, I never had a cop get anywhere close to me, right? I was always long gone. I was in and out very, very quickly. But I robbed a bank where a cop car pulled up in front of me and a cop car pulled up behind me, like came screaming in like this. I'm already in the car. And I thought, well, that's the end of that, right? I put my hands up like this and they run inside. They hop out of the car and go smoking into the bank like TJ Hooker. And I backed the car up and drove away and, shaking like a vibrator. And I would always have a dump car. So I would steal a black Dodge Durango. At the time, they were like everywhere, right? Every car looked like a black Dodge Durango. And I'm not a car thief, but I can steal a black Dodge Durango really easily. I can smash a screwdriver into the, and snap the column and get that to go. So I would steal a car and I would do the theft in a stolen car. I would steal a plate from the front of a black Dodge Durango, put it on the back of the one I just stole, right? You never look at your front plate. But that way, if somebody did report the car stolen, I'm not going to be on the hot sheet. Nobody's going to see that plate. But within usually 2 miles of the bank, I had the rent-a-car. And I would take, after I robbed the bank, I would go get in the rent car, take off, and then boom, that's it. You know, leave the first car, the stolen car behind, and be gone. And in the car would be, you know, usually a wig, a microwave oven. I used to keep a microwave on the front seat and plug it into an inverter into the cigarette lighter. The idea being that the tracer bill, in most banks, you're not even going to get like the things that people see in all of the movies. You're not going to get all of that crap. 90% of the time, none of that happens. But on banks that do have good equipment, on banks that know what they're doing, they have a bill that if you hold the bill up to the light, there is a mechanical device inside there, and it's going to emit a signal, and they're going to follow you right to that signal. So electronics and microwaves don't get along, right? So the old man said, just microwave the cash, throw it into the microwave, crank that thing on, leave it on while you're driving away, and I promise you it will kill that bill. He said, then you get home and you go through it. And it did. You know, at one point I had a collection of them.
It's funny you say that, because I knew a guy named Easter in prison, and he used to say that he used to do the exact same thing. He would immediately throw it while he was driving. He'd throw, as soon as he got in, he'd throw all the cash into a microwave that he had hooked up to the plug, and he'd turn it on.
Yeah, if you don't, you're done. Yeah, if you don't, you're done. And it's really funny because it's like, you know, the first bank I butchered, like I was so bad at this, I can't even begin to tell you how bad I was at this.
What happened?
I went into the bank, and so there's a really good idea. You should probably be the only person in the bank, right? Really a good idea, because the guy next to you could be packing. He could have a concealed weapons permit. He could be an off-duty cop. You don't know. And you know what? If they catch you in the act of robbing a bank, they're going to shoot you in the head, right? They're not going to tell you to get on your knees. They're just going to put one in you, right? So I always tried to rob the banks alone. And I waited. I was out there for like 20 minutes trying to talk myself into doing this, right? And I got out of the car and I went walking in, and I got inside, and there was like 9 people in there. I was like, with the amount of time I spent outside, there was no way that anybody could have not done their business. And I went in, and the place was just packed. And I went to turn around like I was going to leave. And I thought, oh, now I'm looking stupid if I turn around and I leave. Like I just looked like a rookie who was trying to rob his first bank, is what I looked like. My palms were sweating. And I went up to the woman and said, I need you to give me, and I probably should not be telling people how to rob a bank, but there's no money at all. When you go in there and you say, give me all of the money, you're going to get $2,900, right? You might get $3,000. If you hit a lick, you might get $4,500, right? Underneath that, right? And they do what you tell them to do. So if you say, give me all the money, they're going to open that first drawer, and that's all the money you're going to get. If you say, I want the bottom drawer too, right now, right? All of it, right? Give me all of it. Give me the toys, the abandoned money, all of it. Because that's the other thing. You get geniuses who say, no big bills, right? Or no, only big bills. I want everything, man, right? Give me the quarters. I don't care, right? They all spend. I literally want every piece of paper, right, in the drawer. And the abandoned money, you're going to get one 10,000 stack guaranteed, right? If you get the top and bottom drawer, there's going to be a 10 rack in there, at least one, guaranteed. Now, more than likely, the die pack is going to also be in a big banded stack. So you don't put the bag on the table like you see in the movies and say, stuff all the money in this bag. You say, stick all the cash up on the counter, right? And you do it yourself. And, you know, you take a stack of cash and you bend it. And if it doesn't bend, it's because there's a big disc on the inside of that thing that's got paint in it, right? Dye in it that's going to explode. And it's a proximity sensor. So when it gets far enough away from the bank, right, it just goes bang. And then all of your money turns a very lovely green or a very lovely red, and becomes very difficult to feel good about passing. The other thing is it will burn the ever-loving snot out of you if it happens to be close to you when it goes off. Like it's a chemical kind of a process. And I did not find the die pack right. Didn't really understand the die pack concept. The old man did not describe that nearly as he did the microwave. So after getting into the car and sticking everything in the microwaving the die pack, right, which you would think would kill it, I'm taking the cash out of the thing, and boom, this thing goes off, sprays the inside of the car, sprays me. And this is the kind of stuff that doesn't like to come off of you, right? Like you don't go into the bathroom and just hit this with some soap. Like you need 2 or 3 weeks to hide at a friend's house, kind of a thing. You know, this is no joke. And so my money is now basically worthless, right?
So you're driving down the street. You're driving down the street with the
Shit
inside of the
all
car
over the
sprayed with
inside of it.
red.
And this is also, so my first attempt, I didn't steal a car, right? The first attempt, I actually did it. I'm ashamed to say this, but I actually used my car on my first bank robbery. I actually used my own car, which is quite possibly the most embarrassing thing to say out loud for a bank robber. I did, however, put a plate on it that wasn't, because I was, pretty slick. I taped a fake somebody else's license plate to it. And I parked probably 300 yards away, right? And which is really pretty stupid. But as I got behind the bank and started running to my car, a phenomenon that has happened to me 2 or 3 times since, where your vagus nerve literally says to your knees, I'm not going to support you. You're so freaked out that as you're starting to run, you get this drunk effect that you literally can't, it's almost impossible to continue to run erect. And I'm running down this alley shaking like, there's no tomorrow. Yeah, the first bank was an absolute miracle that I pulled it off. It was an absolute miracle. And then I had to give my boy Jack took all of the tainted cash, and he would go into casinos and he would put 2 or 3 of them in a machine along with some other cash, and he'd gamble for a little bit and cash out and go. And then he did that, and we managed to wash all the cash that way. But it took an eternity. It was definitely not worth the effort. So I started to try to get better at it. And at that point, that was right around the time I shaved for the first time. So I started wearing wigs. I started doing things to make myself look different. And I started learning some tricks. Like there's a merchant teller, right? And if you get that merchant teller, every once in a while, something really crazy will happen. Like I did a merchant teller, and it was the same drill. I walked in. I said, "Hey, how you doing?" She said, "Good." I said, "I need you to give me the top drawer and the bottom drawer in it right now, right? You need to just put all of it up there." And every single person I ever robbed said, "Are you serious?" I don't know whether it's just that something that everybody says, or they're trained to ask you if you're kidding, but every single one of them goes, "Are you serious?" And I said, yeah, I'm serious. And she put up the 10 rack, and I'm like, sweet, right? Got at least 10,000, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And I'm sorry, if you're a bank robber, if somebody comes on and they tell you that they got $250,000 robbing a bank, right? They're a liar. Or they hit a vault, and yeah, that's sketchy stuff. That's heat. I never had any desire to go for a vault of any kind. There is a vault directly on the other side of the counter that is not the big one. It's called the manager's vault, and it is in the floor. And I was in a bank, not robbing a bank. I was in a bank being a citizen, and I watched this woman lift the top off of it. And I mean, I was 20 feet away from this thing, and I know there was at least 150, 200 grand in it. It was a hub bank too. In other words, there's going to be one Wells Fargo in town that has all the money. And then if a smaller Wells Fargo anywhere needs it, that bank shuttles all of the cash out. But it really is, it's astonishing how little you get if you don't know what you're doing. You were in federal prison. How many times did you meet a guy and say, you robbed, how much did you get? Did you ever hear anybody tell you 100 grand? I mean, everybody you talk about.
It's always they're like the average bank robber gets like $3,500, and you'll meet a guy who got, he got 5,000 one time, 15,000 one time, 35,000, 2,000. You know what I'm saying? It's never it's never more than an average of maybe $10,000 or $15,000. No, it really isn't. And 15 was always literally that was my threshold. If I hit 15, I thought that was really a good bank. I'm stoked, right? That's pretty much going to get me through. I started liquidating everything. You know what I mean? I didn't keep the same lifestyle I had. I started getting rid of cars. I started getting rid of watches. I have a watch fetish like you wouldn't believe. And but I thinned down, and I became a professional bank robber. That's what I did, and it very much became a living. And it got to a point you got rid of, I don't understand when you say you got rid of a bunch of stuff. You're now making money. Why are you getting rid of stuff?
No, I had a $30,000 a month nut when I stopped my public speaking. Right. So
right.
I'm going to have to do 2 banks just to cover that. And then I got to take care of dope. So I started paring down to the bare necessities. One nice watch. I started driving a Honda, right? I got rid of 2 Porsches. I started to make myself look a lot less flashy. I started to, if you don't have a job, and it's pretty obvious you don't have a job, you're not leaving your house ever, and you got a 911, and you're middle aged, depending on where you live, that can draw a decent amount of heat. But so I had sold off most of that. I got my nut really low, and I got to a point where if I could do 1 bank a month, I was good. I was doing more than one a month pretty consistently. I was, and I was, I don't know, I was just one of those guys that was looking for an angle at all times. You know, I got very, very lucky for a period of time where I was doing one of these reverse shell merger deals that I was telling you about, and I ended up in Moscow, and a waiter refused to take one of the new $100 bills. He was like, you know, it's, we don't know what this is. This isn't, it was brand new. And I said to him, you know, no problem. I said, they're changing the 100. I'll just give you one of the old ones. Like, you know, there weren't a lot in the wallet at that point anyway. They were kind of rare. And, but this dude like was in an absolute panic. He said, so wait a sec, all of the old money's they're just going to change all of it. So now all the old $100 bills will be worth nothing. Well, every single person in Russia has all of their money in old $100 bills, and they're keeping them in Bibles, and they're keeping them under desks, and a ruble's worth nothing. So usually they have one $100 bill or five $100 bills or whatever, but that's their life. That's their savings. We, through the use of an attorney, ran an ad in a couple of magazines that said the United States is changing the $100 bill. And the currency that you hold today, someday may be worth nothing, which is absolutely legally true, right? Now,
well, yeah,
it's not a very good chance of that. But someday, right? But someday it may be worth nothing. You know, 150 years from now, there's an excellent chance that will be worth nothing. But we wrote it up in such a way that we, you know, we knew we were covering our assets, and we would give you 80 cents on the dollar, right? We would buy back $100 bill for 80 bucks
that are still worth $100.
We figured, right? Yeah, that's still absolutely worth $100. And we figured it would be if we scored a couple of $1,000, like this was going to be great. The ad didn't cost much, and in the first month, like we made probably 10 or 15 grand. We were freaking out. And I was like, it's hard to believe that, you know, we didn't run the ad a second month. We had only run it for 1 month. Well, those magazines, like they get passed around, people hold them. By month 2, they're coming in with like garbage bags full of mail every single day and dumping it. We got to a point where there were like 46 people in the room that are full-time opening these things and, you know, setting out cash and doing the math. And it got to a point where the money got insane. I mean, it literally got insane. And it was piles of cash, just piles and piles and piles of cash. And now it would look really odd. But at the time, you know, we were halfway between the new and the old money. So you were, you know, this was the $100 bill you've been seeing, but you're seeing every single one of them. It's just every time you ripped open an envelope, it was just $100 bills. And it got out of control.
Wait a second. So they're mailing it in, and you're mailing them a check, or just mailing them new money?
No, we actually mailed back currency. And we in the ad, we would say, put it between 2 pieces of cardboard. So they were always like, it was a whole mail bag full of like stiff envelopes, right? The trouble became, how do you police people who open envelopes full of money for a living, right? Like, how do you do that? There's nobody in the room that isn't ripping off at least 1 envelope a day, maybe 2 envelopes a day. And there's no way to tell, right? It's a very, very difficult process. And we're also on drugs. You know, every day we were doing this in very close to Park City, Utah, right? So we would go skiing and we would go over to Wendover and gamble. And we were very rarely in the office. We had a girl that was running it, but no idea how much was getting stolen. And it got to a point one day where it got so big that we couldn't keep up, that it was literally impossible. And we just said, you know what, we're not going to mail back anything anymore. You know, F it. Like, we're just going to shut this place down. We're going to, you know, pull the name off the wall and get rid of everything and be done. And that's precisely what we did. Didn't work out exactly how I thought it would. You know what I mean? They didn't disappear, and they certainly found us. We were in a boiler room doing another deal, selling some other scam. And my friend said to me, there are 2 guys walking up the pathway. He goes, and I guarantee you these people work for the federal government. And I kind of looked out the window and I was like, no, they had leather soled shoes. You know how terrible the shoes that the FBI wears? It's like, you can always tell someone in the feds because they wear the ugliest shoes in America. So I looked down and I was like, no, man, that guy's got beautiful shoes on. That's not a Fed. But he was Interpol. And they showed up and they didn't argue that what we were doing was illegal. Like, that was never an issue. You know, there was none of that. What it was, you know, the not delivering to the people that gave you money is a real problem. And yeah, they came up with a dollar amount that was ridiculous and said, if you pay this, you know, we're not going to, basically there will be no charges. This can go away if you reimburse the people that got burned. And I said, okay, I think we might be able to do that. And the number it was a phone number. Like, it was over $1 million. It was a lot of money. I had to call my friend Rex and say to him, "Hey Rex, I'm in serious trouble. Like really serious trouble. If I don't come up with a lot of money, I'm probably going to prison." And he's like, "No, relax. This is the guy I did the infomercial for. I made this guy very, very wealthy." He's like, relax. He's like, "How much are we talking?" I said, "It's going to be probably over $1 million, and the speed at which this cat changed his tune went from no problem to, are you kidding me? But he put up the cash. And in hindsight, I'll bet you that they kept it. Like, I honestly don't think that went to anybody except those cats that came walking up the path. I thought about this for years since it happened, but I am absolutely 100%. I handed that money over in a cashier's check, right? Those people, they walked off with that was their retirement fund for two really old guys from Interpol. I am absolutely 100% secure in the fact that that was not going back to anybody in Russia.
If they were from Interpol.
If not, they're the greatest scam artists in history. Like, you really got to tip your hat if that's the case. So then I get pinched, right? Now this is kind of classic. I had actually stopped robbing banks. I hadn't robbed the bank in a long time. And I was, what had happened is I had found a new line of work. This guy could deliver my drug of choice for pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the dollar. So I'm not considering myself a drug dealer, but I most assuredly am selling off product to other people who are doing it. I wasn't looking to build a customer base. I was looking to just stay high. I was not looking to make a whole lot of money. I was laying low. I had a little bit of cash put up. I was kind of actually trying to get my shit together. And this kid that I'd done dope with for a really long time got pinched for like a 20 bag or something. Like, literally got pinched for nothing. And when he went in, he was so afraid of withdrawal that he started saying, I can give you this, I can give you that. Well, he gives up a dude on a small time robbery or whatever. And the guy that he gave up lived with me at one time. I'd let this guy live in my house. And he said, "I don't know what this dude does for a living, but he's got a crap load of money. He never goes to work. And I guarantee you he breaks the law. Like, all he does is drugs all day long." And, you get to read the discovery. It was lovely. Like, this dude did a hell of a job just painting a picture of who and what I was. And they thought I was a drug dealer. They started staking me out, hoping to catch me selling drugs. They found me buying a bunch of drugs. They didn't see me, doing anything remotely like that. And what ended up happening is crazy as crap. They pinch a dude for a bank robbery. Same kid, right? The guy that got caught with the 10 bag does a bank robbery, gets pinched. And they told him straight out, I swear to God, they sat in a room and said to this kid, "You tell us that Tommy helped you plan this bank robbery, right? We'll get you a deal and this whole thing will be over." Because they brought me in and they started showing me all of these pictures. And I'm sitting there with my attorney and I'm looking at pictures as they're putting them out. I'm like, all of these people are me. That's what you're saying, right? And none of them look like me, right? First of all, it was different heights, different weights. I would never did the sunglasses and the hat, but I always had on, a prosthetic beak. Like, it doesn't take much to buy a decent makeup kit, right? And I never looked the same. And when it came time to get right down to it, they had nothing, right? But they had the willingness to spend the rest of their life trying to make sure that somebody believed that I was the person in every one of those photos. And I was really careful. Like, honestly, I consider myself maybe a little bit smarter than the next bank robber. For instance, if I went out of town to rob a bank, I left my cell phone at my house, right? And my homeboy would not come with me. I told you, I don't, like, my getaway driver didn't do banks, but he would go to my house. He would phone my kid, talk to him on the phone for 25 minutes, send some text messages, do stuff so that I'm at my house. Like, you look at any kind of paper trail, I am at my house. Right. And at the time, I could basically fly all over the country as my brother, which probably wasn't the kindest thing to do, but we are almost identical. Like, for years, we were assumed to be twins. So yeah, I kind of considered myself a little bit smarter. But the attorney that I ended up with was an older woman, and she was lovely. She's a very nice woman. But she wasn't showing up. And the frustration when you're in jail and you call your attorney and they say, "Yeah, I'm going to come up and I'm going to see you." And
right.
And they never do. And it's the most hollow feeling in the world, because you feel like your world is going to end and there's nobody that's going to help you, no matter how many phone calls. So I start screaming, and they had sent me 2 paralegals. And I said, this is my life, man. I don't want to talk to somebody that just got out of, a 12-month course. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I needed to talk to an attorney. So I walked around the corner, and there was just a beautiful girl that had been sent up to see me. And I walked in and I said, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I'm really made a point about wanting to see an attorney and not a paralegal. Like, I've already seen 2. And she said, no, I'm not a paralegal. I'm an attorney. And this girl looked like she was too young to be an attorney. And I said, you don't look like an attorney, no hard feelings. She had on a sweatshirt that said Sublime. I said, you don't look like an attorney. And she said, you don't really look like a bank robber, to be really honest with you. She said, you don't really match the bill either. I ended up marrying this girl, and which was, it made the whole process of going to prison really messed up. The judge, obviously, everybody involved got really, really angry.
Wait a second, you married her before?
No, but everybody knew. I married her about 5 months after I hit my first federal yard. But the cat was out of the bag long before my sentencing, that the 2 of us were together. Amazingly, the FBI went to her house to question her about us, and she just didn't lie, right out of the gate. It just was like, I love the dude. But years ago we dated, and when we did, there was a huge fight, and since then I really feel like maybe he's got his life together. I don't think that that he's done what he's accused of. If a lawyer knew you before, they can't be disbarred for anything. That's like the bar. And she told me that in the very beginning. So every conversation, usually started with an apology of what an ass I was earlier on in our relationship. But yeah, I ended up marrying her. But while I'm at my sentencing, and they're playing phone conversations between me and my attorney, and embarrassing phone conversations, phone conversations. I had a year and a half of nothing but time on my hands, and we talked on the phone a lot. And I remember saying, I'm like, dude, I'll take the longer sentence, man. Like, seriously, stop playing this. I don't want this on the record. I don't, just stop playing this recording, and I will be more than happy to just take whatever the top deal was. It was humiliating. It was awful, but I definitely got more time because of my relationship with her. There's no 2 ways about it, and more so the second sentencing than the first, because she rode with me the entire time I was in prison. I started out at FCI Phoenix.
How much time did you
get? 60 months, which is about standard on a first bank robbery, without a gun. If you use a gun or you threaten force or anything like that, then they start going up. But for a standard 2113A or whatever,
I know guys have got like 3 years, 4 years for.
Yeah, if you have no criminal history, if you have no criminal history, you can be out in 34 months. Like you see some really, really short ones. But I got sent to Phoenix, which was a lovely yard. I mean, it was, as far as prisons go, it was great. And she would come down every other weekend and visit me. And there was just this cop that used to just say the really vile things about her. Like, I'd be in there stripping out, the procedure after a visit. And he's like, your wife is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen come through visiting. And I said, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I said, she's a great girl. And he goes, I said, no, we're from Northern Nevada. He goes, maybe I ought to swing by and, F the shit out of her. And I was like, dude, did you really just say that to me, man? I've never been out of line with anybody here, man. Like, I've never once disrespected anybody in uniform here, man. Like, that's so friggin' out of line. And this went on 4 visits. And I got pissed enough to file. I had a BP8 in, BP9. And the warden called me and was like, I want to talk to you about this because this is going to go in his file. I'm like, it freaking needs to go in his file. You know what I mean? Like, and get this guy out of visiting where I'm going to end up hurting him. Like, I'm not playing with you. I've been really cool. And I get probably 5-6 weeks. So every other week. So a long time goes by where I don't see the guy in visiting. I figure maybe they pull him. And then she comes down one day and there he is. And, she sat down and said, just don't do anything stupid today, please. Tommy, don't do anything dumb. And I said, if an alarm goes off, it's because this dude said something really stupid, because I'm a pretty laid back guy. And, he's stripping me out and we're going through the same thing. And he hadn't said anything stupid. And I thought maybe the warden talked to him. Right. And he goes, oh man, he goes, and I'll tell you what, man, he goes, my cock's 3 times the size of yours. She's going to be a lot happier. And I went, oh, you're not looking at this right, brother. And I sort of gave, like I was tugging on my junk. And as the dude looked down, I hopped up and I got him, I mean, right on the point of the chin. And I've been in a lot of fist fights, right? It was absolutely the best punch I've ever thrown in my life. And it just, I mean, got him right here. And this dude went like this. And then he fell this way. And you know how everything in prison is just built like so you can't break it? Yeah. So this is the toilet. And that little piece of metal that goes between the two toilets, he hit his face on. And it just split him. And I went over to the window, right, and knocked. The guard came over and I was like, I think your boy's going to need some assistance. You know what I mean? Like their puddle of blood's getting bigger. And they beat me like a pinata. Like my prison life changed dramatically in 5 seconds. I spent the next 3 hours, you know, the little cages that you get stuck in, like the Cyrus the Virus cage in Con Air, those little itty bitty cages. Okay, well, they had one of those in the lieutenant's office. They cuffed my hands above the bars on the top like this for 3 hours. I cannot begin to tell you what that is like. I mean, I cannot begin to tell you. When they took the cuffs off, my hands just went, right? I mean, he said, put your hands through the food chuck. I gotta lock you up. I could not get my arms. I'm like, they're not moving, brother. You're going to have to reach in here. You know, my arms have been above my head for 3 freaking hours. And I got sent to Lewisburg, man. I got sent to the SMU, the Special Management Unit at Lewisburg, which was, I mean, hell on earth. I don't know if you know anybody that's been through the SMU, but that broke me, man. Like absolutely broke me. So Lewisburg, Pennsylvania was one of the 3 prisons that they built when Alcatraz got shut down, right? So they built Leavenworth, Lompoc, or one of 4, Atlanta and Lewisburg. And Lewisburg was the gangster yard. That's where every famous mobster that ever went to prison went. And all of them ended up on J Block, 2nd floor. So when you see like Goodfellas and he's in there cooking, that's J Block, 2nd floor in Lewisburg. And I happened to be on J Block, 2nd floor in Lewisburg. But I was on a lockdown unit. So we were locked down 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You get out 1 hour a day, 5 days a week for rec. And you're in a cage. And the white boys have a policy that you have to go to rec 365 days a year. So freezing rain, whatever you're doing, it just sucked. It absolutely sucked. And there were no windows, no lie, right? No, all the windows have been broken out, you know, decades ago. So there's no heat at all in the winter. There's no air conditioning in the summer. We would take extra blankets. They would give you 2 extra blankets a month, right? 2 extra blankets a month. And we would rip them into strips this wide. We put it in the middle of the room in a coil and light it on fire. And this was like a daily event. You held out until it was really cold, like when you could see your breath, but poof. And if you made coffee, if you did anything, I mean, you're in a lockdown unit. There's nothing they can do to you. They can't send you to the hole. They can't do anything. So it'll break you. It was the worst. The cops carry nightsticks, carry billy clubs. The first day I went to rec, you know the drill. I'm sure you've been in the shoe at least once, right? You know how right foot, left foot, right? And they wand you and all that crap. So the guy goes right foot. I put my right foot up. He wands it. I put my left foot up. He wands it. Then he takes his nightstick from here and hits me in the back of the knees with it. I mean, like the scene from Dumb and Dumber, right? He just brings it up here and smacks me in the back of the knees. And I dropped like I'd been shot. And I got up and I said, hey, boss, if you tell me what I did, I will make a point to not do that again. You know what I mean? And he goes, no, you're cool. And I was like, all right. And this happened every day for 7 days. And the back of my legs, I mean, were black. And I said to my cellmate, I'm like, I'm not going to rec today. Like, you got to go tell the homeboys that I can't walk. And he's like, if you don't go to rec, I'm going to have to stab you. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it's going to go down. So you're going to rec. And I got up and I went to walk out and he smacked me on the knees. And I went down, I talked to the guys. I'm like, look, man, I can't go to rec tomorrow. I cannot, you know, this is my 8th day there. I'm like, you got to see my legs. And I'm showing these guys. And the shot caller was like, nah, just you headbutt this dude, bite him, do whatever you got to do. But, you know, make sure that they see those bruises. Just do something, bite the guy, you know, headbutt him because I'm going to be shackled. But when I came back up, he's bringing me up the stairs, right? And I'm the first dude there. I got to wait for my cellie. And he goes, turn around, I'll uncuff you. I'm like, no, I'm good. What the hell are you talking about? You're going to uncuff me. You know what I mean? Like, I got the doors got to be shut. I'm like, what? I slipped my cuffs. Now you're going to beat me to death. And he goes, dude, I just found out what cop you hit. He said, he was on this yard. He's like, we ran him off this yard. He said, I know who you hit. He's like, if you had told us that. I said, well, you didn't even tell me why you were hitting me. You know what I mean? He's like, well, I was hitting you because you hit a cop. But it was 8 days of it. 8 freaking days again. That place was more brutal than anything. It's not like the BOP. I saw them put a guy in a 4-point harness, like the crucifixion deal, face down for 14 days. For 14 days, that man did not leave that position. They would blend all of his breakfast, lunch, and dinner into that Nutra shake, stick it underneath him with a straw, and he urinated and defecated himself for 2 weeks. They took him down the hall, up and down like a show. Said, this is what happens if you hit a cop. And his ankles, because there had to be like 60 pounds of crap on him. The most brutal thing you've ever seen in your life. Red, like just diaper rash for 14 days for a guy. They managed to shut it down. There was a group of lawyers called the Lewisburg Project that managed to get in and actually get them to pull the plug on the SMU there. There were no rules. Who was there? Meach was there, Big Meach.
Right.
He and I went in on the bus together. He and I were on the bus together, actually. I think I was actually on 3 yards with that cat. We kept following each other around in the system. I left from Sheridan. That's where he was at when I left. That cat was everywhere. But yeah, the special management unit absolutely broke me. I went from Lewisburg to Florence, Colorado, and that's where I left. Right, my attorney wife comes and picks me up. I'm free, and I really don't want to smut her up. We had a fantastic time, right? We lived like newlyweds, right? We lived like newlyweds. So we had a really, really good time. And we went all over the country, and it went really well for about a year. And then I'm a criminal. And what happened is a guy came to the door and said, hey man, I'm in a really bad position for money. And I said, and you want to borrow money from me? Because it's not really my line of work. And he goes, I got some stuff I want to sell. And he had basically the bed of a Bronco, right? The entire back part of a Bronco was filled with weapons. I mean, just filled. And the vast majority of them handguns. So I don't know how many were there, but it was well over 100. I mean, there were a ton of guns there. And I was like, what are we talking about on these? And he goes, first of all, they're family. He's like, I took this from my family. This is my family's collection. He said, no one's going to be at a hunting camp for probably 6 months. It's not going to be reported stolen. Do whatever you do with it, because we're just going to claim the insurance money on it anyway. I said, all right. He goes, I'd like to get 16 grand. And I said, and he was like, yeah, I'd take 8. And I bought it. It was crazy. So I bought these guns in a basically a Fed sting and absolutely full on entrapment. And then I sold it to a group of Feds. Absolutely entrapment, as textbook entrapment as you could possibly do.
So the Fed sent the guy to you he came up with, hey, I know a guy that might buy these, and he's wired up. So you buy them, and then you turn around and they provide a seller who's a Fed. So you sell them.
They follow me. I buy the guns from the mark, right? And supposedly,
sounds like you're the.
I couldn't back this up.
Sounds like you're the mark.
No question.
Right.
No question.
So they come to you and they set you up, and then
100%. And the crazy thing is, so if I'm just keeping this real, like if my girlfriend, or my wife, I should say at that point, was a school teacher, right? This is a completely different outcome. Right. I don't go to prison. None of this happens. They throw all this out. I'm free. But what ends up happening instead is they come in and they say, we'd like to ask you a few questions. And they lay stuff out on the table. I'm like, I'm married to an attorney. I'm like, obviously I'm not answering any questions. Right. You know what I mean? Like I would never get laid again. And this is my wife and she's an attorney. Obviously I'm not having a conversation with you people. And he said, he puts out 2 pictures and then he puts out an arrest warrant for my wife. And one of the pictures that he had was of us dropping off a load of guns to an FBI informant, right? And my beautiful blonde-haired wife, who looks like Britney Spears, has got an AR-15 up like this, like demoing the night to an undercover. And I'm looking at the picture and I just went, I would really like to make this go away. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like whatever we got to do. And to her credit, like she was sitting there freaking out going, no. I was like, look, like right now, dude, I will make this go away right now. We will, I'll go down there with you. I will elocution from start to finish, but nothing happens to her. no charges, no disbarring, none of that BS. Right. You leave my wife alone, and I'll plead guilty to this thing. I'll plead guilty to this at the arraignment, but you don't arrest my wife. I mean, they had her dead.
Right.
And hindsight being 2020, I should have said, I didn't do anything. That chick did it. If I could do it all over again, I would have said, she's the mastermind. She stole my identity while I was down. She ended up with a drug dealer, and she really went off the rails, unfortunately, because she's a beautiful person and a great human being. But I didn't do any real good for this girl. But then a miraculous thing happened, and you'll really appreciate kind of how miraculous this really freaking is, because you have been to the federal system. But
how much time did you get?
13 years.
Okay.
13 years. The gun thing, and I had a better lawyer for the second one than I had for the first one. My wife hired me the best attorney in the city, hands down, by reputation. He was dog crap, but by reputation, he was the best attorney in the city. And he says to me, don't worry about it. We guidelines for breakfast. We got this thing. Don't worry about it. First thing in the morning, the San Bernardino shooter, right? That shooting took place the night before my sentencing. And I walked into court, and literally the first thing I said to my attorney, you think San Bernardino is going to screw me? You know what I mean? Like, I had a bunch of AR-15s. How bad off am I? And he's like, I don't think that's going to be an issue. He said, he's supposed to keep things like that. Before we get started, right, Mr. Scoville, I have a question for you. I said, yes, sir. He goes, do you ever worry about any of those guns ending up in the hands of people like what happened yesterday at San Bernardino? This is before anything starts at sentencing. I said, I didn't realize I was being charged with San Bernardino. I said, I'm not trying to sound racist, but if your last name was Muhammad, I probably wasn't going to sell you anything, right?
Right.
I said, you have nothing to worry about, sir. I bought the stuff from you guys and I sold it to you guys, right? You have nothing to worry about. I bought it from the feds and I sold it to the feds. Who's going to get hurt? I'm the only person that got hurt in the entire deal. Right. But so while in prison, I got a job at Unicor, and I'm at it. This whites and blacks don't spend a tremendous amount of time together at the higher custody levels. And the higher the custody level, the less time you're going to spend talking to somebody of another race. So I'm at a high, and I run into a black dude who sees me coming out of a cell, and he knows what I'm doing. I basically went to the trap, right? I was in there picking up a bag of dope or whatever. And he came down and walked right into my cell and said, you're the dumbest smart person I've ever met. Or you're the smartest dumb person I've ever met. He's like, one or the other. He's like, man, and he had a life sentence. He said, I'm pissing my life away in here. He's like, but you're going to piss away yours, and you don't have to. And I said, yeah, really not in the mood for this speech. Like, no disrespect or anything else, just really not in the mood for this speech. I'd like to go down and get high and get about my day. And then I just started watching the cat, and he just had this like Zen kind of peace that I've never seen a human being have. And like, if you got within 100 yards of this cat, there was something that just made you want to understand why this guy wasn't as miserable as the rest of the world. And, and he got me sober. And it's been over 8 years. And, the lifeboat was kind of a pay it forward thing to him. And it started out as, I'm not going to say a joke, because but I didn't take it seriously. When I started out, I didn't see this thing taking off at all. And, it's not a fun subject. And having people show up that to hear about sobriety, they love to hear about, gun battles and, what banks I didn't get caught for or whatever. I got some great stories of almost getting caught, and people like hearing that. But, for 10,000 people to show up to talk about sobriety is a pretty good thing. And we're after right now in this country, like, the drug, what drugs are doing to us right now in this country. It's absolutely unbelievable. Like, we've been sold out, and, there's fentanyl and cocaine. Who the hell puts fentanyl and cocaine? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. They're putting fentanyl in speed. These drugs on the street today are designed to kill. They're not designed to get you high. As a businessman, this is just business 101. If your product kills your customer, you make it weaker, right? You don't make it stronger. But every single batch they catch is stronger than the previous, and that's a pretty bad sign. So that's what we're doing on the lifeboat. And it was really kind of an amazing run. There's a lot of really kind of interesting things that happened along the way. There's a couple, again, it's just some really unusual things that happened along the way. Boom. But I will hit you with my absolute favorite bank robbing story. I don't look back fondly, truthfully, on most of the crimes that I did. I really don't. I think that the ones that I didn't hurt people, like I really justified that I wasn't hurting anybody when I hit a bank. Like the FDIC was going to take care of that. Crimes where I realized that the end user got stung, that messes with me a whole lot more. But I got a good one. I was actually in Arizona and I was doing a bank, and I'm in the Durango, and it was a good bank. Like there was more than one band of cash that went up. So I had 20 grand. So I'm already, and by this point I've robbed enough banks that I don't do this one anymore. Like I know I'm going to get in, I'm going to get out. I've gotten pretty good at this. So I drive away, and I'm maybe half a minute from the rent a car. I'm going to dump this, and I'm going to get out of town, and I'm good. And the lights, I look in the rearview mirror, and the lights, man, I got lit up, and my foot's doing this number, right? It's going back and forth between the gas pedal and the brake. I'm like, oh, what? I'm like, you know what, man? It's been a decent run. You know, eventually everybody gets caught, right? And I knew what it carried. I wasn't going to get 100 years. I knew what I was looking at. So I pull the Durango over to the side of the road, and I'm waiting for this number, right? Like the door's about to open,
and the guy's. And this is a stolen Durango. Is this a stolen Durango too?
This is not. So picture the scene here. I just robbed the bank. I just yanked the wig off. So I've got 3 strips of double-sided tape that are just shining like hell on it. I have just removed the goatee, right? So right here is just shining, right? The spirit gum makes you look like a glazed donut, right? All through here. And on the front seat of the car is a microwave oven, right? Makes perfect sense. And where the keys should be is a screwdriver about that long. And I'm waiting for this one, right? He's going to wait for backup. I just robbed the friggin' bank. No.
Right.
Barney Fife comes walking up like this, just do. And I'm like, holy, I roll down the window and I'm looking at this dude, right? And I am the picture of a bust, right? And he looks at me and he goes, do you know why I'm pulling you over? And I go, nope, I'm trying to work that out. And he goes, your gas cap's open. And I go, huh? And he goes, your gas cap's open. Not just the door, like the gas cap, like maybe someone was trying to siphon or something. He goes, and in this heat, you're probably losing about a gallon an hour. He's like, for real, you might want to get out and close that. And I was like, okay, no license. Can I see your license, registration, proof, insurance? Nothing, right? Just get out of the car. And I get out of the car, my legs up, doing this spaghetti number to the back of the car, trying to keep my legs stiff underneath me. And I'm wearing cowboy boots. And so I cranked this thing down. I said, thank you. He goes, have a great day. Turned around, right? And I drove off. I called Jack. I said, man, you are not going to believe this. And I said to him, I said, boy, tomorrow when they say, there was a bank robbery, we're looking for a black Dodge Durango. I said, can you imagine the crap his friends are going to give him when he tells them that he had that car pulled over? He goes, are you kidding? You think he's telling anybody he had that car pulled over? He's like, there is no way he's copping to that. But that was, I had a couple of pretty funny ones. No joke. I walked into a bank to rob and somebody was robbing it. I swear to you. I walked in, there was one person in the bank. And I watched him walk in, and he had been in there about 15 minutes. And if a guy's in a bank more than 4, then it's a loan officer, right? He's talking to somebody because banking is 4 minutes. You're in and out. So I figure, all right, cool, the guy's whatever. So I go walking in, and he's right by a teller, right? So I'm just standing there. So I go up and I'm acting like I'm filling out a withdrawal slip or whatever. And I hear him just clear as crap go, no, I'm talking about all of it. And then the idiot says, go to the next drawer. And he moved her down. He did 3 drawers. So when they get him, and I'm sure that they did, that's kidnapping. Like when you tell the teller to move 12 inches, right, against their will, it becomes kidnapping, and you're never getting out. Those are the bank robbers that are going to do a whole lot of time. Second best only to carrying a weapon, right? But you start any of the weapon crap, you really can start stretching a sentence out pretty good. Right. I was very fortunate in that I got a short sentence on the banks. I did not get a short sentence on the guns. They basically maxed me out on the guns. They could have given me, I think the max out was like 120. So altogether with the previous, it came out to 13 years is what I've done altogether. And I think I hit 7 yards or 8 yards. I did Victorville, did a couple of the ugly ones. But I also did Sheridan, which was, the softest federal. I don't think there's a softer federal prison. If there is, I certainly I didn't see it, but I never hit a camp as a bank robber. I'm not eligible for any of those things. So I never did any of the living stuff. You hit camp, correct?
No,
No,
I avoided. I did. I did 3 years. No, I did 3 years in the medium, and then I did 9 years in the in a low, and of course I did a year in the Marshall's holdover. So it's like 13 years, but in the low. So yeah, it was a dorm. It sucked. Like I was desperately didn't want to leave the medium. You get into a routine. It doesn't matter how rough the place is. Once you're in a routine, you're good. And I had a good routine. I'm teaching GED. I work in the library. But I didn't want to. But by that point, I was below, the threshold, like the 20-year threshold. They said, you got to go to the fucking low. So I go to the low, and it's dorms, and it sucks. You get used to it. But then I get into a routine there. And then they wanted to send me to a camp. The problem was, and I wouldn't have cared, honestly, but my problem was that the closest camp was Miami. And that's like a 4-hour drive for my mother. And my mother used to come see me every 2 weeks. Well, Coleman's only an hour north of Tampa. She can go an hour. She can't go 4 hours.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Brutal. So she's already in her 80s. Like, I'm not going to make her do that. So I did everything I could. I actually entered the RDAP program in order for them to put a management variable on me. But it took months. Yep. So it took like 3 or 4 months for the management variable. So I went, let's say I went like 5 months before it was on there, 5 or 6 months. And then I dropped out. Then I waited. So then let's say 3 or 4 months later, they come to me and they say, look, we're moving you to a camp. I said, what are you talking about? I got a management variable. They said, I know. I said, that's good for a year. And they said, yeah, I know, Cox, but they're pushing for people to go to a camp. And honestly, that was for RDAP. You're out of RDAP. And I said, listen, bro, I'm going back to RDAP. I said, I got a problem. I can't leave here thinking the way I'm thinking. I got problems. I got to go back. So I said, I already put in for, I'm meeting with the doctor like next week. I already got an appointment. I didn't have an appointment. I immediately went and applied. And within about 2 weeks, I did have an appointment. And they put me right back in. And so I go in again. This time I stay even longer. Because, now I realize they may fucking ship me. I may get out and 2 weeks later be on a bus. So I waited till they put me in for the I knew I was going to be put into for the halfway house. Like they didn't have time. I knew they didn't have time to ship me. So then I dropped out again. And my I remember the doctor who ran the thing, her name was Dr. Smith. She kept saying, Cox, what are you doing? Like, she says, why don't you just complete the program? And I said, because if I complete the program, I said, I'll get a year off, but I'll only get like 2 or 3 months halfway house. Right. And I said, I need the halfway house. I said, let's face it. I said, if I come back to prison, I'm going to be in my 50s. I'm going to need that year. And she's like, don't say that. Don't.
No question.
So I dropped out again. And within a few months, they had me scheduled for halfway house. And I did like 7.5 months halfway house.
Well, that was I think probably the strangest experience for me was the halfway house. They dropped me in Oakland. I don't live in California, but they don't have at the time I was living in northern Nevada near Tahoe, but there's nothing there. So it was going to be Sacramento or Oakland, and they dropped me in Oakland. And it was a very unusual time to drop a white guy in Oakland too. You know what I mean? Like this is when the riots and everything were going on. And I got no political ink. I never tipped up. I never did any of that garbage. So I can usually fit in. But that halfway house was just straight. Ridiculous. I walked in the first day and I'm like, I'm going to be a good dude. And I'm ready to, I really want to take it seriously. And I'm 4 years sober. And I walked into the dorm and there's a guy snorting a line like this long off a desk. He's like, oh, I think you're on the top bunk. I was like, oh shit, you got to be kidding me, man. Like, this is just, I wanted to go back downstairs and say, I don't think I can be here.
Yeah.
I was so terrified to go back, but fortunately I got, just like you said, man, I think that life is a program for real. I think that's what I probably learned on the third go around in prison that I didn't learn on the first two, is that if you can actually start programming yourself, you can get, a routine that you do, that you stick to, that's important to you, that balances out things like your dome and your body and, and paying bills and all of those things. you got a semi-decent chance of actually staying out of prison. The numbers are terrible, man. The numbers are absolutely terrible. Everybody goes back. Everybody goes back.
Well, I think, for me, after 13 years, I was like, honestly, like living in someone's spare room is, if I have to live in someone's spare room and I can barely pay my bills, like that's probably that's better. I'm better off doing that. Although the truth is I kind of felt like, look, if I'll do that for a year or so, but if I got no hope of ever getting out of that situation, I was probably going to just commit fraud again. Because we used to always joke like, well, what if you get to be too old to work and you don't have enough
retirement?
Money? I go, the BOP's always got a fucking spot for me.
That's it. So, BOP retirement program.
Yeah. And I knew guys that were in there who had gone in, who were like in their 70s, and they went and they just fucking robbed a couple of banks. Robbed 2 or 3 banks and then literally just waited for the cops to show up. Like they're not even trying. They
Mike
know.
English.
Who's that?
Yeah, Cadden, really famous case. He did forever. He was down for like 30 some odd years for bank robbery, and he had been down so long, dude, that he was going for parole every year still. Like he was still under old law. He was going every year for parole and still getting denied. And they finally gave him his parole, and I think it was like 2 or 3 days, and he just went straight into a bank and robbed it. And it's really sad to watch, but it's really understandable how it happens. You know what I mean? It really is. I went through a shock getting out this time, so much more than anything else, because prison is a hateful joint. Like everything that there's just, that's the default setting is hate, right? There's not a lot of positive energy that goes on unless you create it yourself. But I came out to a brother who was pretty well known on YouTube, and I looked exactly like him. So like I'm getting in the van to be sent to the airport to go to the halfway house, right? And I'm walking in, and this is the time of COVID, right? And I got a mask on, and I had a goatee that would stick through the mask. It was like this long at the time. And I'm walking, and this guy comes walking straight up to me, gun the whole works, and he goes, "I know who you are." And I thought to myself, holy crap, dude. You know what I mean? Like there's no such thing as freedom. Like I've been out of prison 2 minutes. They're going to bust my balls. I'm like reaching for the paperwork. And he's like, "You're the dude on the internet that eats the peppers, right?" And I was like, yeah, that's me, man. Yeah. And, but I came out to this world that, where everybody liked me. And it was a pretty bizarre thing because, let's be really honest. Our former vocations are somewhat popular now to listen to, which is an ironic thing if you think about it.
Insane. It's insane.
It is. It really is. But here's the deal, though. I understand. There are parts of it I really understand. Like what you did is fascinating, right? Like no joke. I've spent time looking at how you did what you did, and to me that's fascinating. And there were people in prison who's, you would hear angles of how people were doing certain things, and you would just go, "Oh my God," or just opportunities. Like you went through Oklahoma City, right? So you've been, oh yeah. So I'm in Oklahoma City, and I'm in a dorm, and I'm sitting down late nights. It's a dorm, so you can come in and out in the middle of the night, do whatever you want, right? So I'm sitting out watching the TV at like the middle of the night, and this dude comes and sits down, and he goes, "Just found out I'm going to such and such a camp." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to a camp, bro." And the two of us were having a conversation, and he proceeded to spend 2.5 hours telling me what really happened in Benghazi. And this dude had his paperwork and everything. He was charged with insider trading, one count of insider trading, and was given 50 years. This cat, they're burying him because of what he knows. But it was so bizarre because you hear these stories and I had cerebral infarction, right? And so I had to walk with a cane. I've had enough head injuries from skiing that I've got some issues, and I'm doing considerably better. But I used to have to use a cane, and it caused some problems getting around on the yard, right? When I left Victorville, I got stabbed, right, and was life flighted off the yard because they sent this dude to go stab the old white guy with the cane, right? And I was literally like the other old white guy with the cane. Oh. Yeah. It cost dude. It cost dude everything. Like the guy that did it. That's a career ender. You stabbed the wrong person, and he's a different race. That is an absolute career ender. But once I got sent off that yard and they started to look at my head, and they found out about the cerebral infarction, they wanted to send me to Springfield. And I'm like, I'm not going to Springfield. You go to Springfield, you die. Like no inmate comes back from Springfield. Like, have you ever known anybody that comes back? They get sent there and they die. And I'm like, I'm not going there. And so they gave me like, they said, but you can go to Terre Haute, the pen. And I'm like, that's a dropout yard. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, no, I'm not going there. And they're like, well, those are your options, right? Those are the two. So I went to the shot caller in the yard and I'm like, hey, dude, I'm in a pretty weird situation. And he's like, are you a career criminal? Like, are you going to be back? Are you going to spend the rest of your life in here? I'm like, maybe, like he goes, then maybe you shouldn't go, just buck on this thing. And you're just probably going to do the rest of this rip in the hole. And he's like, but he goes, I'll sign off on you going there. He said, but on the last day of your treatment, right? How long they're going to be treating you, on the last day, you leave that yard by punching somebody. Like, you go find a freak and you take him out. You leave the yard that way, you're good. And this dude was about as high up as you could get. So I got him to write it down and had the kite and everything else. And then when my last day was up, I went, yeah, I don't think I'm going to hit anybody. But by that point, I had about 3 years of sobriety in me, and I just said, this isn't going to be my career.
Right.
And the next spot was Sheridan, and a solid white boy can't walk Sheridan. Like, all of the rules are so stupid in the feds that, you got to fire on somebody because this person's crime. And look, I'm not a fan of freaks. No one is,
right.
But they really are getting to the point where they're almost at every institution. There really are very few that aren't that don't have them anymore. But when I was on that yard, Drew Peterson, that cop, he was on that yard.
Right.
I had a job as a secretary in the kitchen, and he was my assistant for almost 2 years, year and a half. I worked with him 8 hours a day. And, yeah, just really, really funny, because every day I just walk in every day and look at him. And at the time there was a girl that was still in my life, and I took a picture of the two of us together, and I wrote on the back what I wrote. It said a marriage counselor. Mailed it home. I said, this is my new marriage counselor. No, I actually heard that cat slip up, and you talk to somebody long enough, he slipped up and made a huge error and said something about his missing wife being dead. And I called him on it like that. I said, she was what? She was what, Drew? What did you just say? And he goes, well, that's what everybody says. I go, oh, you're slipping, old man. I'm like, you are slipping. I said, it doesn't matter. I mean, that dude's, his story. Like, once he got caught, he tried to hire somebody. He tried to hire a prison snitch, a jailhouse snitch, to kill the prosecutor. He's never getting out. I mean, unless he escapes, he's never getting out. And he's, but yeah, who else came through? There were a lot of famous people that came through that yard because of the medical. Gucci Mane came through there. Yeah, there was a bunch of people. Pretty.
Is that where Madoff died?
No, Madoff died at Butner.
Butner. Yeah, you're right.
Butner.
Right.
And I'll tell you something. The word is, Butner is the sweetest place in the entire world. Like, if you could put up with some of the people that are there, like, you talk about facilities, like, they actually have programs. You know how they BS the world and tell them that, we can do all of these things. There are classes ready for us to take and all of this. If there's a class there, it's because you're doing it through a correspondence course, or there's somebody hooking you up in the library. You're working with somebody, but it's amazing how little they do to rehab anybody inside the joint.
Yeah, no, it's up to you.
Yeah. And then, they really do turn people into things that they weren't. You show up in the concept of putting work in. I know that this is one that freaks people out every time they hear it, but I remember hitting Victorville, and I was not a young kid. By the time I got to Victorville, I was like 46 or 47 years old. And again, I'm walking with a cane, right? I've got this diagnosis that is not particularly good, that has to do with my brain. And I went walking into the shot caller and figured, I had my paperwork. I was clean. I figured I'm an old guy, right? So, I've done my time. I've been through the special management unit. I'm not going to have to. He's like, you're fourth in line. I said, what? He's like, the footwork in, you're fourth in line. I'm like, I said, dude, I walk with a freaking cane. He's like, I'll send 2 or 3 guys with you. We just want to make sure you're down for the, down for the team. I was like, all right, dude.
I have a buddy that like had to, put in work, and he was like, I got so lucky. Like it was him and like 2 other guys, and the other guy punched punched the dude, like got into the fight, and boom, the guy hit the green, the whole thing. And he's like, so we, and then we of course immediately, took off. And he's like, and that was it. He's like, me just standing in the room was me putting in work. He's like, so I didn't.
I think a lot of times, they just want to know that you're not pumping Kool-Aid, right? That you actually have a little blood in your veins. And like when I got to Victorville, the FCI, I was 45 seconds in my cell, and they just sent the guy in that went came in and squared off and just started to go. And a white dude, and I'm looking at this guy just trying to figure out where do I know this dude from? Because obviously he's really pissed off. You know what I mean?
Right.
This dude, he's getting into position, and I ran at him, took the first good swing I could get, and then an army of dudes came piling in and basically just separated everybody and kind of held us. And the guy was like, "Hey, calm down, calm down." He's like, "Just a heart check, brother." He's like, "It's it's just the first part of the deal. It's just a heart check. You're good. You're good." I was like, "No, it's not really the welcoming committee I was hoping for." I was hoping for maybe a couple of ramen soups and some shower slides.
I feel like you guys are making this way harder than it has to be.
Holy shit, man. It is the dumbest. No, it really is. It is so messed up. I don't think people realize the world that you live in, when you get, once you walk into that facility, I've been making the rounds quite a bit, talking about, this, Danny Masterson, freak, and, what this cat is in store for. But can you imagine coming from the life that this dude's been living, and he's gonna walk into a Cali prison as a
I was gonna say, listen, if he was going to a low security prison, like if he was going to the low security Coleman, the low security prison, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, But now there may be a guy that might fucking, they may smash him. He's probably not going to get to watch TV. But I mean, that's honestly, that also, let's say 50-50 that people give him a hard time. The 50% chance that people kind of see him as a celebrity and don't bother him at all. Right. He's not going to be able to watch TV. There's some things guys are going to give him a hard time, but he is going to walk the yard. He is going to be able to eat. He isn't probably going to get that hard of a time at a low, but a California prison.
And he's going to be at a 3, man. I mean, he's got 2 counts and 1 with the use of a firearm. So this cat, he's not going to be looking at a low of any kind. Like this dude's going to be he's going to be on a real yard. But by the way, I meant absolutely no disrespect to anybody that's listening. There are 2 Colemans, right? Because I said, he'd be on a freak yard. There are 2 Colemans, right? There's a Coleman 1 and there's a Coleman 2, and they have a sex offenders on one and not on the other. Well, I know you were at Coleman. I wanted to.
Okay, no, they have 2 pins,
right?
One is kind of a dropout pin, right? Like it's kind of like retirees.
Yes,
and then you have the medium, and then you have the low. You have the low, and then you have the camp. So the camp used to be women; it's now men. So they're all male. Matter of fact, my wife was at the camp at Coleman when it was for women. So, but yeah, I mean, if he went to the low, like at the medium, I don't know. I don't think he's going to walk the yard.
I think he could walk like, I left the last prison I was at was Sheridan, and Sheridan is soft as hell, bro. It's a white boy yard. It's a white guy yard primarily, and it is soft as hell. But I think he could walk that yard. I think eventually he'd get cracked. Somebody's going to get him, because what happens is in the feds, they're going to send somebody to that yard who's a solid, right, down Peckerwood, who's going to walk in and be like, there are what here? Point me to the most famous one, right? Because I'm leaving the yard tonight.
Yeah, they don't want to.
I watched that. Yeah, I watched that at it happened routinely. We had one row in every unit that was all essays. That's just how they did it. They would call it Chomo row. Right. And, a guy would come in and he'd say, oh, wait a second. You got sex offenders on this yard? And we'd be like, yeah. He'd be like, I can't be on this yard. I won't spit out any of the gang names because I don't want to get anybody angry, but he's affiliated. And if he's affiliated with one of the white, organizations, they cannot walk that yard, right? They cannot step foot on that yard, or they're considered, that's a career ender. They'll kill you for that. So, yeah, it's a screwy world. It really is. It's a screwy world. And you sit there and just hear the dumbest things. I was at Victorville, the pen, and the shot caller came to me and said, hey, we need you to do something for us. And I said, I really distinctly remember putting work in here. Like, I did this. Right. And like I went overboard. Like I really put work in. I got busy with it. I figured if I made a show of it, you know, and snarled it a little bit and maybe spit once or twice, they would not send me a second time. And he goes, no, the thing is, this is your boy. Like, this is your homeboy, right? This is why we're sending you. And it was a guy that just had done a ton of drugs with a really close friend. And he ran up some debts with some people. And he's like, we're not kicking him off the yard, but he's getting stabbed. Like, that's how, you know, and you're going to stab him. And I was like, holy crap. So I said, yeah, I said, you got a piece? I don't even have one. And I'm hoping to buy myself a day. Right. And he's like, yeah, don't trip. Hold on. I'll be right back. And he comes back and he brings an ice pick. He's got a wooden handle that's round, done nice with a little bit of leather. And he's taken the rod out of a typewriter. Right. So there's about that much of it sticking out. And it is sharp as hell as the point. And I walked in and I said, hey, what's going on, man? And my friend's name was Terry. I'm like, Terry, I'm here for a reason. You know why I'm here? And he's like, hopefully to get high. I was like, no, that's not the reason. I'm like, I'm here to stab you, bro. I'm like, straight up. And he goes, oh, crap. I'm like, yeah. I said, so I'd like to aim someplace where we don't hit any vital organs or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, but I got to do this. And he's like, yeah, I got it. I'm like, where do you know, how about right here? Right. That way it'll look like maybe I was going for your heart, you know, and maybe I'm a killer or whatever. Right. And he's like, all right. So I get this guy and he's leaning up right against the mirror. And I'm like, all right, dude, on three, right? You got this? He's like, yeah, man. I'm like, just take a deep breath. I promise. It's going to be quick. It's going to be over. And I went 1, 2, and right on 2, just went in there. And he looked at me. He's like, it all happened at 3. I was like, I didn't want you to, you know, move or do anything. But I poked this dude good. Like I gave him a really good one. And then I walked out and I went back and I handed the dude and there was blood dripping off it. And he was like, you stabbed him? I was like, yeah, you told me to stab him. I'm like, I stabbed him. And yeah, unfortunately, he got a really horrendous infection. He actually really got a bad infection from it, but that's not my fault. That's, you know, but that crap happens more often than you think. For real. That to everyone watching, that happens way more often than you think. Like I got disciplined maybe about 8 times at Victor for buying dope from Mexicans. They got on this kick that you could not buy dope outside your race because it had been causing fights. And I'm like, I got a drug habit. Who's the white guy selling dope? And they're like, there's no white guy selling heroin. Well, then I'm buying dope from this guy and you can kick the crap out of me. And the more you kick the crap out of me, the more dope I'm going to need because it's a painkiller anyway. So, but they would send somebody down and, you know, about the 3rd time, like I had a friend who would come in and I'd have it on the table and I'd be like, you know, just get this over with, right? You know, come in there and crack, hit you one in the head and walk out the discipline. It's absolutely retarded. Really
what an awkward conversation.
Right?
I mean, just to be like, listen, I'm going to have to stab you. I feel bad, you know?
Yeah, exactly. This is not personal. You know this, right? We're homeboys. The reason they sent me is because we're homeboys.
Right.
But I do have to stab you. There's no getting around this one. And then they do look, he says, if I got a razor, right? And if I just kind of like cut myself right there, he's like, I'd be leaking like hell and people would think that you did it. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work, bro. I'm like, seriously, it's not going to work. I'm like, you know what's going to happen if they think I didn't do this, right? Somebody's going to be coming in going, hey, Rocco, I want to, I'm here for not a good reason. You know, I don't want someone visiting me the way I got to visit you. But yeah, I had to stab the dude. And that kind of crap happens, you know. Prison was boredom nonstop until it wasn't. And then when it wasn't, it was horrifying. And, you know, I saw some, just once that spice stuff started to really take off in there and everybody started smoking that garbage. I'm sitting there playing poker at a poker table and a guy jumped from the top tier onto the poker table and broke his thigh. Like, I mean, broke it. So it did this number, you know what I mean? Like you could look at it and tell that it was broken and no rhyme or reason. Like I have absolutely no idea what he was planning on doing. Like, if he just thought he was stepping down but there were so many crazy things that happened with that garbage. Were you in with the K2?
Oh yeah, they would run around guys would strip naked and run around the compound at 7:30 at night, and you've got 20 guards trying to grab this guy naked. And honest to God, I have seen this. I saw a black dude he was bigger than the cat from the Green Mile, right? I worked with him at Unicor, a gentle giant, but one of the biggest dudes you've ever seen in your life. And he walked out of the shower dragging a towel like Linus, right? Just on the ground behind him, naked as a jaybird. And he's just calmly strutting across the entire day room. And he's huge. And there was 2 cops on and one was a woman. And so the male went up and he goes, hey man, you all right? He goes, yeah. He goes, what the hell are you doing? He goes,
Just going back to my cell, boss. And the guy was like, oh, okay. And you see him go for the deuces, like, get me some backup. But it happened so often that they just started calling it an incident. Like they would say incident lockdown. And, these, or somebody crying and, in the middle of the day room, just sobbing. And you're looking around going, oh yeah, that stuff looks like fun. Let me try some of that.
Funny about that is that we wake up at 2:00 in the morning and you've got a guy laying in his bed screaming uncontrollably. And then so now like he's been screaming for like 5-10 minutes. And finally, of course, the CEO realizes, okay, something's going, they're doing the rounds or something, or he finally hears it and he's like, fuck, I'm going to go check this out. So he goes, checks it out. Then they turn the lights on. Then as the cops are all starting to come and you're just laying in your bed, like, waiting for watching the cops walk by. Now the lights are on. It's like everybody's awake and they're screaming, stay in your cells. And then all of a sudden you hear another guy start screaming. And then in the next unit, because there's a hallway that connects them, the next unit, you hear another guy screaming, because when the one guy started screaming, the other guys realized, I have the same batch he has. That's the good shit. Yeah. And then they take it. It's like, that's the good stuff. He's screaming. He thinks he's on fire. He thinks crabs are eating him. And now you think, oh, that's the good stuff. Let me get some of that.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I'm looking for the satanic panic, right? This guy comes up, I'm playing poker, and he's like, hey, I'm new here. The guy that freaked out yesterday that they had the hog tie. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you want to know him? He's like, no. What was the name of the stuff he was smoking? You guys got a name for it? I was like, I don't know, dude. So he comes back like 2 minutes later. He's like, hey, satanic panic. Is that the stuff? I'm like, you want to smoke something called the satanic panic? You knock yourself out, cowboy. Have a good time. I watched just the craziest crap in the world. And the guy will come back and do it again. Like you see this person, normally that would get you to maybe go clean. When we went on, they cut the warden at Victorville at the FCI. I was there for it. He got him from here all the way to the waist, 72 staples. It was ugly. Really bad. But during that lockdown, in a 5-day period, we had 4 people that were a bad batch of that stuff came through, and we had 4 deaths in a week. And they came in and basically just said, we're taking over, it was the deuce. It was number 2 because they have 2 FCIs there. FCI 1 and FCI 2, and the deuce was just so out of control that they came in and just took over. Like they started moving anybody who was in any kind of authority out, because it just got so crazy so quick. Like the inmates took over that yard on Cinco de Mayo. That they went to pat down a Sereno, and he had told everybody, he's like, this dude's super disrespectful every day coming back from chow. If he does it tomorrow, it's on. And you know how those boys are, right? If one of them goes, they all go. So this cop got rough, and he jumped on this cop, and they came from everywhere. It looked like something from the movies, dude. Like they were on point, ready to go, and they came from everywhere. And it was the only time in my life I saw guns on a prison yard. Like they came in, it was like the National Guard kind of crap. Like it got crazy. And but everybody got locked down, and you got people who are sitting on tons of this stuff, and in many cases not mixed. So they don't have denatured alcohol. They don't have all the stuff they need. So they're in there taking the powder, right, and putting it on a can and smoking it. And that stuff turns off people's computers quick as hell. I saw some crazy, like you said, and every single time someone will go, ooh, dude, who's selling the stuff that just caused homeboy to jump off of the tier, right? I'm trying to get a hold of this, some of that. It's bug spray.
Yeah, I know. It's funny when you talk about the guy that were putting in work. Guys, whenever, I'm sure you get this, whenever some people find out you were in prison, they're always like, bro, what's that like? Like, were you scared? Were you worried? Were you this? And I always say, well, and I mean, initially I was worried, but you very quickly realize that, like, if you get stabbed in prison, you probably had it coming. Like they're not randomly running up stabbing people. Like they gave you a chance. You borrowed money. You were disrespectful. They gambled.
Broke your credit card the first time, right? You get all kinds of chances. No question.
Right. But like they're not just running up and doing it because you glanced at somebody wrong. I mean, not that doesn't happen, but that could happen on the street.
Just as easily. The one that always throws me off is that the first question, you're right, is always, were you freaked out? How did you deal with that? And the second question is always, did you ever see guys getting raped? Like, that's a question that people ask constantly. And it's probably because of movies, but it just isn't like that. You know what I mean? I will tell you, I heard a guy having a pretty bad time. And
I was going to say too, I've heard that, but that wasn't even that was in the Marshals holdover.
Yeah, you're probably as bad off there as you're going to be anywhere. I mean, the feds, honestly, the feds don't give you, there are a lot of things because of the Zimmerman. They took away the weights. They took away the video games. They took away, you can't have Playboy magazines or anything like that. They changed all of these laws and they made it a little bit more restrictive. But I think you get a different class of inmate, or you used to, especially. You used to get a different class of inmate. And you're an intelligent cat. You could get off of a bus and in a very quick fashion figure it out. You know what I mean? But how many times did you watch somebody come in that wasn't that bright? You know what I mean? Like it's a scary thing to watch somebody come into a system that is just going to eat them alive. You know what I mean? Like, especially when you get up to the higher custody levels. I watched kids come in and, the vultures would descend on these kids and they would go over to them and be like, hey, you want to get high? There's everything here, dude. I can get you this, that, and the other. And you pay for it whenever you want. You don't have to pay for it now, whatever. And they'll run that dude $5,000-$10,000 in debt. They'll do half that dope with him. Then they'll smash that dude off the yard and they'll get the next kid that comes. And there are people that do their entire life. That's their business model, is they run up the next young kid into debt and destroy his career, send him to a dropout yard, whatever. And there's also people that get to prisons who live that way. How many times you see a guy get to prison and, you're like, how long you been down? 6 years. He's going to store to buy a radio. You're like, yeah, that's not good. Right. The last yard he left, they took him for every single thing he had. The gambling degenerates. There's, when you get in there's a lot of people that get in trouble gambling. There's a lot of people that get in trouble with dope. If you're not doing dope and you're not gambling, you're right. There's no chance you're going to get stabbed. If your paperwork's cool, like if you're in there for something that they don't find reprehensible, you know what I mean?
I was going to say, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I think honestly, surviving the feds, I think it comes down to brain pan. I've watched some people get killed in there that just it's just stupidity. It literally is just, like, how dumb do you have to be? I watched a guy front 4 sheets of paper this size of K2, right? 4 sheets. And, for prospective people, they're literally selling pieces of paper the size of an eyelash. Like, they're cutting these things that small. And he gets all of these sheets. And I'm like, what do you owe on that? And he's like, $4,000 a page. And I'm like, dude, don't smoke one hit of this. If you smoke one hit of this, this is going to be the end of your career, because you're going to smoke the entire thing and you're going to end up owing these guys. And these aren't the kind of guys you want to owe money to, And he proceeded to smoke the entire thing. And they just, they smashed him off the yard, destroyed him. But you can watch it. It's terrible to watch. After you've done a little bit of time, you watch people come in and you're like, train wreck. This kid is gonna run up debts. This kid's gonna get his ass kicked, and it's sad because you then end up. There are guys who are trapped in there for 25 or 30 years, and in the first 3 weeks you're there, you do something that's going to make you hang out with the likes of Larry Nassar and those people. It's a pretty messed up system. It really is. But you got to tip your hat to anybody that survives it and gets out and stays out, because they really designed it to bring you back in. I mean, they really do. I just killed my paper less than 2 months ago. And
how long have you been out?
I got out in 2020.
Okay. So you had 4 years?
What's that? I had 3 years. I had 3 years of paper, but they would not let the paper start until you leave the halfway house.
Oh, okay.
So I had to do a year, a halfway house, because if the halfway house was anywhere near my home, I owned the home, but I couldn't go to my home because it was in another state. You got to be within 30 miles or 20 miles or something of the halfway house. So I had to do an entire damn year there. I did 12 months at the halfway house in Oakland, and then went home. And then it starts running the 3-year tail. But I got to a year and a half. I am one of those inmates who absolutely did get them to kill the paper at a year and a half. It does happen. I did 50% of my street and then got it killed. I'd never failed a drug test. I never missed a meeting. I never missed a payment. There was nothing like that. And on top of that, I had, by the time, they were putting in the paperwork for that, the lifeboat had 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, and, 250,000 people had showed up for a drug meeting, and I think that probably carried a little bit of weight. If you were doing that to get off paper, 1,000 1-hour videos is a lot of effort to get off paper. I think the judge may finally believe that I'm sober. The judge didn't like me.
No,
sadly. The more intelligent you are, the less they care for you. Do you find that?
My judge didn't, although he did give me a great quote. He I put it on the cover of my book. The quote is the complexity. What is it? The complexity, nefariousness of Cox's crimes are Cox's fraud is breathtaking. And I remember thinking, nice. I know you didn't mean it that way, but it's nice.
Right. Appreciate your honor. Thanks.
Yeah. So it was 5 years. I got 5 years paper. I'm still on it.
Really?
Yeah. So
at 2.5, you can.
No. I already tried that. I owe.
They shot you down.
No, I owe $6 million.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, no one pays the restitution.
No. So I'm not paying $6 million. Like I pay every month. I pay, sometimes it's $200, sometimes it's $900. But
50. Yeah.
But I'm saying when at 3 years I put in for it, and my probation officer said, look, it's the problem is he owes this money, and based on our policy, if you owe money, we don't recommend you get off early. And so the judge said probation didn't recommend it. Boom.
Yeah. And I have been told that it's almost a rubber stamp if you can get the people at probation to do it. The incredible thing is, so the prosecuting attorney was a lovely blonde woman, almost the exact same age as my wife. The two of them did not like each other. Long before I ever came into the picture, they hated each other. One is a defense attorney, one is a prosecuting attorney. And I entered the picture, and I said some really horrendous things about this woman on a recorded phone call that also got to get played. Something about hoping everyone in her family passed away from cancer, and that her uterus would fall out. Something along those lines. I don't remember exactly the verbiage, but it wasn't good. And the judge said to me, honestly, the quote that I took away from my last sentencing was, he said, "There is not a doubt in my mind that you're the smartest man in the room right now, but you've done nothing with it. Every gift you ever got, you did nothing with." And I said, well, if you let me out, like shorten my sentence, I actually have a plan. And the incredible thing is the plan, like I described the lifeboat. So when the time came that I came back, and I also said to him, and you know what? The day is going to come, and it has already happened, where you get an email from a mother that said, when you described how to tell if a kid was on dope, if I had heard this 3 years ago, my sons would still be alive right now. I believe that. And I just like to send those to the judge, forward those over to him and say, because the blood's on my hands for what I did, but you really threw the book at me. Like he basically, you know how it is. You know what you're going to get before you go in. I mean, within reason, you have a pretty damn good idea what you're going to get. The judge might go a little higher. The judge might go a little lower. I was walking in there for 34 months. That's what I was walking in for. Like we had all but agreed. Yeah, we had all but agreed to 34 months because all I was going to plead to was one count of felon in possession of a firearm. And when we got in there, the San Bernardino thing, the judge was like, "There's no way in God's green earth that I'm taking this deal." He's like, "There is no way this is happening. It's not happening." And there was it was ugly. And I mean, the maximum that it carried, I think I was like 4 months. He said, "I would like to give you a little light at the end of the tunnel." He said, "So I'm going to run your probation violation at the same time," right? Because I was on federal paper when I got caught. He said, "So to give you a little light at the end of the tunnel, I'm going to," which I mean, amounted to nothing. So I hit him with a "Good looking out, Your Honor. Appreciate you." Good looking out, dog. I really do appreciate you. So what was your hustle inside?
So this is funny. I taught the real estate class.
Yeah.
And the ACE course.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so what I would do, you get 30 guys show up, 35 guys, maybe they show up and which really I mean, it was actually, I taught a great course, but so they would show up and I'd say, listen, you guys, like, I know that at least half of you don't want to be here.
At least.
Right. And I'd say, so I understand right now, I'm going to give you the opportunity to leave. Find me later on the compound or before class, or you can wait around for the next 45 minutes and after the class, and we'll talk about how to make sure that you get your certificate. Okay. So, and then, so they would all, and I'd say, I'm not fucking with you. I'm not being, now in the medium, half the class would get to leave. In the low, because there were so many people snitching on each other, that they'd stick around, but they wouldn't show up the next time, so like they'd come up to me within the next day or two and say, bro, what was up with that? And I go, look, man, like give me, depends on how desperate, how many people really dropped out. I'd say, look, give me like 3 creamers and 2 coffees, within the next fucking few weeks, and I'll fill out all your paperwork. I'll sign you in every time. I'll fill out your test. That's it. And then what I would do is then I'd say, and I always tell them, show up the last day of class to get the certificate. Of course they wouldn't. So I'd end up having to track all these guys down, but they would pay me, So, and I knew where they were, of course, because I knew what unit, they'd write down their name, their unit, and then they'd show up and they'd give me the stuff. And so I would have my locker, which was normally pretty empty, was at least for a couple of months during that, the course, it was packed.
Yeah,
and then of course, right. So you do that for 4 months, and then you have about a month between, and then you start the next class. I'd teach it like 3 times a year. I did that for 10 years, but I also wrote, I wrote guys' stories. And what happened was, after I'd been there, let's say, after I went from the medium, in the medium, I was just a GED tutor. So I'm getting paid, I'm getting like 80 or $100, but I don't really buy anything. I don't do anything. I don't do drugs. I drink coffee. I eat what they give me in the chow hall. That's it. So when I went after the 3 years in the medium, when I was the low, that's when I started writing. But I also taught the real estate class. I taught it at the medium, and I taught it at the low. So the low, it was the same thing. But then I started writing. And then after about 2 years, I got a book deal. So I got some money for that. And then another year or so later, I got another book deal. And that was like $3,500. That was like big money. $3,500. That's a lot of money.
Question. No, you're a prison millionaire. $3,500. You are a prison millionaire.
And then we got these guys in. I got somebody into Rolling Stone magazine, and I got a book deal for that. And then we optioned the book deal. So that was like a little over $6,000. So once again, that's a lot of money.
It wasn't Christopher Smith, was it?
No, it was a guy named Doug Dodd. I got him a book deal. I got him a book deal with Skyhorse Publishing. I mean, he didn't write the book. I wrote the book. It's a memoir, but I wrote it.
Right.
And so it says, Doug Dodd and Matthew Cox. And then got him and his buddies into Rolling Stone magazine. We optioned the film rights to that. And so what's happened is they've optioned it like 3 or 4 times. So what happened was I got one option, and then a few years later they optioned it again, got another nice chunk, nice check. And then I got to the halfway house with $400. Like the second day I was there, I went and bought $300 worth of clothes at Walmart. I'm not sure I'd ever been in a Walmart. So,
great place to come straight from prison to,
right.
From 2 choices to Walmart.
Yeah, with the super Walmart.
Out. Yeah,
bought that, and then I remember thinking, like, I called my buddy, and he said, "I'll give you a job working at a gym." And I remember thinking, okay, well, and he would pick me up, but I was like, fuck, I got to save money for a car. I got to save money for this, and I hadn't been there a week, and my ex-wife, I got a phone. My ex-wife called me. She said, "Hey, listen, I got another check, or I got another envelope from that law firm." I said, "What law firm?" She's the one that sent you a couple years ago. They've been sending checks every 18 months
to continue. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. I said, "Open it." She opens it. She goes, "Yeah, it's like $6,500, $6,400. I was like, "Yes." So I was able to buy a car, pay for a year's worth of insurance. I was fucking thrilled.
Yeah.
And they've optioned it again since then.
I'm not surprised by that at all, though. They're going to continue to do that, until they get ready to do it. It's a great story. You know what I did? I used to run the photocopier. right? When I was at
Oh, okay.
Victorville, the greatest hustle I ever had. I ran the photocopier, and they were really tight, right? So doing sports books for people, the bookies all needed. There's a bunch of people that all need photocopies made, and normally the people charge, and that's how they make their money. What I did was I would take your GED test. So you bring me your ID, and I take your ID, I put it on a photocopier, right? And all I do is I swap out my picture on your ID. So I take down the photocopy of that and I go, listen, I lost my ID, but I got a GED test I got to take this morning. My name is Smith. And I throw it to him. And the guy would be like, all right, good, go ahead. And I'd sit down and I'd rip through it. And the GED test, by the time you've done 10 of them, right, it's not a particularly difficult test, right? Yeah. So, and you can charge a ton of money to get a GED. But I'm sitting in there one day and this guy comes walking in and he's like, hey, Tommy, what's going on? And testing, right? And I'm not Tommy. And I'm like, yeah, down. I'm like, getting a little bit more sideways. And, I gave him kind of the head nod. And he's like, GED, man, you don't have a friggin' GED? Come on, dude, you got to have a GED. And I'm like, I'm doing that. Oh, come on, dude. And yet this cop just completely outed me. And he's like, no, that's not his name. And I figure I'm screwed, right? I'm not. But the guy that I was taking the test for, yeah, they took him to the hole. I actually got in no trouble for any of that. But I took a bunch of GEDs. That was my hustle. And then when I got to the higher custody levels, the crack law was just coming out. So they were, and for those of you who don't know, the crack laws were like 5 to 10 times to 1 crack to powder, which was determined to be pretty racist because it was primarily a black versus white issue. White guys were snorting the stuff, black guys were smoking the stuff. So they finally changed the law to fix the inequity in it, right?
Right.
And all you had to do, if you had the right case, was it's boilerplate. You give me your name, I put it on the top, I mail it off. The next guy's is the same thing. I just put his name on. You changed maybe 3 places. It's really easy cut and paste stuff. And I had been doing it on a yard. And when I went to the next yard, there was nobody there there was nobody. Like I got there and said, you guys aren't filing to get off of the crack laws. And they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And I was like, I had people who were helping me, like I had people helping with because there were so many people. There were just so many people. I helped the blood on credit because this guy said to me, he goes, look, I'm cut off. He goes, no one will even acknowledge I'm alive. He's like, in here, they literally got to leave me alone. He's like, bro, you get me out. I'm going to take really good care of you, man. He's like, just please fill this out. And I'm like, you know what, dude, for what it takes, like the guy's not going to give me any money. You've heard, you know the story. Every time someone's about to do, I'm going to leave and I'm going to mail you this. But I did it anyway. And I go and I look at my books in the morning and I got like 3,000 and some change more than should be there. And I called my wife and I said, hey, did you put money on the book? She said, I told you I would do it by noon. I'm like, so you didn't do it yet? And she's like, no. I'm like, well, you don't need to. And one of the brothers came up and said, hey, man, did you get that? Because you were supposed to get. I said, yeah, I got it. I mean, I was charging $200 is what I was charging people to do those things. So guy was a stand-up cat. Like he left and actually the only person, by the way, who ever left prison and did what they said they were going to do. I used to tell people, like, on the way out the door, don't even ask me. I'm not doing anything for any of you. Look, at least I'm not going to lie about it, right? I'm not doing anything for any of you. I'm going to get out. I'm going to take care of myself. I always hated that stuff. Dude, when I get out, I'm going to shut up. Don't, you're going to get out and forget prison in 2 minutes if you're smart. Interesting. I hope that that gets made into a film.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who they'd have play you.
No, not me.
This is the other cat's dude.
This is his.
Oh, okay. So it's his story that's optioned. What was his crime?
It was a bunch of clean-cut wrestlers in high school that started doctor shopping, and then several of them got scholarships to to college, to different universities, and so some of the guys stayed in Florida and kept doctor shopping, and they were mailing the pills to them. Wow. And honestly, I didn't even want to do the fucking book, but I had written a guy's book. A guy named, did you ever see the movie War Dogs?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so Jonah Hill plays a guy named Ephraim Deveroli.
Right.
So the real Ephraim Deveroli, I wrote his memoir in prison. It was called Once a Gun Runner. And so that got published. Like I got a deal for that. And that got published. And so when everybody knew I'd written my book, but I hadn't published it, I had a manuscript, I had a literary agent, and then I wrote Ephraim's book, and then everybody knew I'd written it. So before it even got published, guys are coming out of the woodwork. Bro, you got to listen to my story. You got to listen to my story. So I'm like, all right, well, what's your story? This one guy, Doug Dodd, he's following me around every time he sees me. Bro, you got to hear my story. I'm like, you don't even have a story, bro. You're like doctor shopping. I can take a rock and hit six. I can skim off a fucking five guys here.
No question.
You don't even know, bro. Yeah, he's like, you don't even know. So, and he's such a jerk off. So I sat down one day and I said, all right, what's the story? And he started telling me the story, and I thought, it's not a bad story. I said, the thing is, you don't have any publicity. And he's like, oh, well, there's an article. There's one article. I said, one article. Okay, listen. I said, everybody's got one article. I said, so one article in a local shitty newspaper. Okay, fine. And I was like, that's not good enough. I said, here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do for you. I'll write a synopsis of your story, basically like an article.
Right.
6,000, 8,000 words. I'll mail it to some reporters. And if I can get one of those reporters to get you into a magazine, and that'll give you some publicity, I'll write your story. He's like, you think you can do that? I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think I can do it, but I can try and do it. I mean, I said, I put effort into all kinds of shit that's never going to happen.
Right.
So I write this article. I sent it to about 8 different reporters. I think like 3 or 4 of them got back with me. Like 3 of them were like, look, man, if you can wait 6 months to a year, I'll get to this. Like, it's a good story. You wrote a great article here. And I just call them synopses, right? But they always say they're articles. So to me, an article is published. So, and I'm like, one guy came back and said, listen, I can jump on this right away. And I was, okay, well, let's do it. So he ended up, there's a whole thing there. It ended up going to Rolling Stone magazine, and Rolling Stone said, let's do it. And the article was supposed to come out. It was supposed to be, it was written from he and I. And the last minute he told me Rolling Stone didn't want to have my name associated with the article because I was in prison. Right. Now, I later found out that wasn't true. The editor at Rolling Stone magazine told me, bro, your name was never on the article. Like, I've never seen, I saw.
Your boy just did you dirty.
He just fucked me over. But listen, when they optioned it, I was a part of the option. Now, I didn't, and at that point, that made me realize that life rights were valuable. Right. So when we optioned this guy's life rights, and I got a little check, not a big check like these, they optioned it for like 50 grand. I got a small part, like 15%, and after the lawyer and everything, but whatever, that's fine. So, no, not 15%. I think I was 7.5% or something. Anyway, the point is,
clean cells, brother.
Yeah, it does. So, well, then what happened was the next guy comes to me and says, bro, I want you to write my story. It was like, I'll write your story, but you have to attach your life rights to the story that I'm writing, and I own it. Now I'll give you half of whatever I make, but I'm not doing it for free. And if I'm going to put all my money and effort into this, then I deserve to have something if I can turn it into something. And let's face it, right now, you've been locked up for 7 years. You've never done shit with your story.
Right. And what are the odds you're going to? Right.
Well, when I get out, I'm thinking about writing a book. Well, great. Good luck. Let me know how that happened, how that works. And I turn around, wait a minute. Right. If you haven't written your story while you were incarcerated, you're not going to write.
You're not going to. Yeah, absolutely.
And so I started writing these guys' stories, and so far it's worked out. Like, I've gotten out, I've gotten there's interest. I don't put a lot of effort into it because I started the YouTube channel, and and it's taken off. It's done, it's not huge, but it's paying all my bills, which is great. I'm thrilled.
Well, and it's cool content. And here's the thing: if you put up good content,
eventually something happens.
Absolutely right.
When did you start yours?
About 2 years ago. I started it. July of 21, I guess. July.
How often do you post?
Daily. We do meetings every single day, and it really does. Here's what it really comes down to, man. It's me talking for an hour, and there are days that's very centered on recovery. And then there are days that it could be just about freaking anything. Because what it comes down to is I could be going wah 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 wah. What happens is a lot of people get in the live, and because I do everything live, and people get into the chat and start to build relationships, and you get people who have never said out loud, I have a drug problem, right? People that never would say that, would never enter a 12-step program, because the idea of standing up in a room and saying, I'm Tommy Scovel, I'm addicted to heroin, turns their stomach,
Right.
because people are so afraid of public speaking. The entire concept of what they want them to do is retarded. And then on top of that, you've got courts that are making every single person who gets caught with a lousy dime bag have to go do 90 days of AA or NA, right? Anything that you do, the judge is going to make you go to AA or NA. So you've got an entire room full of people that don't want to be there, that are wasted. So the people that actually want to get sober walk in and look around and just go, good God, this is my option, right? Like this or the bar. I think I'll go to the bar. And what we do is a little different. And when I started it, I thought, I don't want to get high anymore, ever. So if I do this, and I do it a couple of times a day, and if I start looking like I'm slipping, people will call me on it. And pretty soon there was a following, and then there was a larger following, and then the following got a little bigger. And now we're at about 10,000, and we're growing by about 130 people a day, which is a pretty good clip. Like I'm into the growth cycle right now. I feel blessed to beat hell that people will listen to me. You know what I mean? I really do, especially because I struggle with it, bro. I really do. Like I did a lot of damage. I spent a lot of time really effing up, and I carry some regrets. I really do. I think some people get out. Like I dig this genre. I really do. I love watching Sammy the Bull. I absolutely love watching Sammy the Bull's channel. And I know a lot of people hate Sammy the Bull. I love Sammy the Bull. I really do. I love the content. But it's a very interesting genre. And if people had their way, it's all I would talk about. I promise you. It literally would be all I would talk about. Because we've done some pretty unusual scams and some pretty unusual, some of the ways that we rip stuff off was pretty funny. But I'm trying to focus really on trying to help cats, and the lifeboat's done that. We've been really blessed, So I feel blessed to be out alive and sober. You know what I mean? If you think about, how many of our mates actually make it out and stay out? It's pretty terrifying.
Well, what's interesting is, like, literally months before I was getting out, I was thinking to myself, like, you're going to rent somebody's spare room, you're going to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to write when you can write, you're going to get a job at McDonald's, and then maybe you'll get a job selling used cars, and then maybe you'll get a job, whatever. You're going to do what because I didn't know what YouTube is. I'd never been on YouTube. It just come out like a couple of years before I went into prison. And I don't ever recall having been on it. I've never been.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
Feel pretty confident I've never been on YouTube. Certainly didn't really know what it was. Know what it is because you're watching TV and they mention it or something.
Right.
I don't really know what it is. I didn't know what
we're a little old. We're a little old, I think, for the
right.
We're the last generation.
The term podcast didn't even come into existence until I had been locked up 4 or 5 years. So didn't know what that was. And so I remember laying in bed thinking, what are you going to do to survive? I had nowhere to go. I stayed every day in the halfway house. Didn't even try and go anywhere else. Why would I? They take 30%. I can't live anywhere for 30%, and they feed me.
Right. And they feed you. Yep.
Right. So, does it suck there? Sure. It would have sucked if I had a wife and a kid and somebody out there, who wanted me out there, but nobody did. So, and so I stayed every day. I moved into someone's spare room, and I started doing, I kind of figured out YouTube slowly, not quickly, and resisted, and then started doing it. And I'm making a living doing something that didn't exist. That's insane to me. And I used to joke when these guys were like, "What are you gonna do when you get out?" I was like, "I'm gonna figure out a way to make money just being me." And they were like, "How's that?" I said, "I don't know." They were like, "What do you mean?" I said, "I'm thinking just write stories about criminals, and maybe I can sell books, and maybe I can do something like that." Like, I didn't really know. And people had told me what a podcast was. "No, you got to do a true crime podcast." What is that? I don't know what that is. And they would show me an article, and people tried to explain it that came in. No, it's like a TV. It's like a radio show, but it's little pieces
on your phone.
Right. I don't have any idea. I have no idea.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Even today, it doesn't make sense to me.
So the idea that that I can post 4 videos a week and basically talk to people that I enjoy talking to. Like the truth is, I find very seldomly and I probably shouldn't say this. It's fine. I say all kinds of stupid shit. So the idea that I can talk to another person and find interest in them, for someone who's extremely narcissistic, like typically I don't have very much interest in anybody else.
I really appreciate the shit out of that kind of honesty. I mean, that's raw.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like, but I get to talk to guys that I'm interested in. Like, I'm sitting here talking to you the whole time. I'm like, right. And I'm kicking myself because I'm not asking enough questions, but like, I'm just interested in the story. But if you were an accountant, this would have been a 5. This would have been a 10. If I had a lot of discipline, maybe a 15-minute interview, probably 5 to 10. But if I really was disciplined, I could have dragged it out for 15, but that would have been it. And that would have been me talking half the time. So, but
no, here's the thing too. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, so again, I've been weighing in on the Masterson case a lot, and I picked up a huge following of people who are ex-Scientologists. Got a very large group of people who follow my channel who have left Scientology, which is odd, but that's how sometimes things build on YouTube. But they tend to stick together. And the reason is the similarities in language that they speak, because Scientologists literally speak a different language than other people. It's fascinating. But they lived in such a different world that I think we went through the same thing. Like, you spend 13 years incarcerated and having to just live on your wits, right? I mean, people don't have an appreciation for, like, I remember an old man saying to me, when you get to prison, you got your word and you got your balls, right? And if your word isn't any good, your balls better be fantastic, right? Because if you're not, if you give somebody your word and you don't come through, you're going to fight. Like, it's guaranteed. And the person isn't going to show up Queens of Marksbury rules instead in this one. He's going to come at you with a lock and a sock, right? And doing this number coming in, and every time that thing hits you, you're taking 6 stitches. And the level of violence that exists in there, it's really funny that you said, I'm a bit of a narcissist, right? I don't think that there's anybody that ends up in prison that doesn't have a bit of that, right? Some of us a little more so than others. And I think sometimes it may be commensurate with IQ. For real, I think a lot of times that the cats that you meet in prison who just seem happy as hell to be in there, dumb as a brick, right? That literally they're happy to play spades and slap the cards down as loud as they possibly can. And, this is their retirement plan. This is literally where they're going to be spending their golden years.
Yeah.
I think I was pretty much in the same place as you were. But I remember very distinctly, and this is so funny because my brother was laughing about it. I was at a party once years ago, and there were some people razzing us. Back in the day, you could get away with that, right? You could really tear people apart. These days, no one allows that to happen. But everybody was kind of tearing me down for being a bit of a degenerate drug addict and a thief. And one of my friends there said, you know what? They just haven't invented it yet. But someday, they're just going to start paying people for being who they are. And when that happens, Tommy's going to make a fortune. And I remember it like it was yesterday, because I remember said it to my brother, and he's like, how freaking prescient was that? Like, that was 35 years ago that this cat was like, someday they're just going to pay people for being who, their own personality. Yeah. And you're going to do just fine. Unfortunately, I had to spend a little time at a joint.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. So, the one thing prison definitely taught me was to be very honest. And because, like, let's say borrowing from somebody, or something like that. And I'll give you a story. You'll understand it, that most people, when we were standing in the room and it happened, everybody was looking at me like, are you insane? I was working at the gym, and, they give you your bag lunch when you leave the halfway house in the morning. They give you a little bag with either a peanut butter and jelly or like a bologna sandwich, and you get maybe a bag of chips and
little packet of drink mix.
Yeah. Your little Kool-Aid packet. And so I go. And so one day, and I'd been there, a month, 2 months, and I'm just eating my lunch every day. And I can't leave. I can't leave the halfway house, really. I'm sorry, my job. I eventually figured out I could leave I trick them into, calling and saying I have to go do this for my job and whatever. But initially I'm still just sitting there. It's a couple months. I'm still scared.
Yeah, you don't want to go back. Hell yeah. Been there, done that.
So and keep in mind, my boss, the guy that hired me, he'll cover me for anything, but still I didn't want to we're not asking for any favors. So I remember this woman who worked there, her name, oh God, what was her name? Damn it. Let's call her Linda.
Okay.
Linda's going to get lunch and she says, Matt, do you want lunch? And I made it kind of like it was like a game to try and save as much money as I could. Like I'm as cheap as possible. I'm eating every day at the halfway house. It's all I eat. So Linda's leaving. No, wait, her name was Leanne. I'm sorry. Leanne is leaving and Leanne's going to get lunch. And Leanne says, Matt, do you want me to pick you up something from Jersey Mike's, let's say. So from Jersey Mike's. Right. And I went, no, I'm okay. I have my bag lunch. She goes, you eat that every day. She goes, why don't you get something? And I went, I said, because I honestly, I don't have any money. I don't have money to be buying lunch. It's a luxury I don't have. And she goes, I'll buy it for you. And I looked at her and now keep in mind, there's 4 or 5 people just looking around. They're like, yeah, she's like, I'll pay for it. It's no big deal. And I looked at her and I went, listen, Leanne, I said, let me explain something. I said, if you're offering to buy me lunch and buy me a sandwich and you're going to give me that sandwich and you do not expect that it's reciprocal in any way, that at no time in the future will I be going to get lunch and say, hey, Leanne, let me buy you lunch today. Or that you think I'm going to get my paycheck and I'm going to say, hey, here's that $10 for buying me my lunch the other day. I said, if you are simply buying me lunch out of the goodness of your own heart and at no time do you ever think that I'm going to reciprocate in any way, by all means, I'll take a sandwich and a Diet Coke. I said, otherwise, I'm good. I got my bag lunch and I'm okay. And she went, everybody's looking at me like, Jesus Christ. And she goes, I'm going to get you. She goes, I'm going to get you lunch and it's going to be okay. And you don't owe me. And I go, okay. And that was it.
I love it.
If you had been in prison, you understand that. I'm being clear. I don't want it coming back. I don't owe you shit. Don't ask me.
And there is no gray area. There is never any gray area. You lay that shit out. Like I used to cluck too. When I got sober, I ran a pawn shop and so I was in prison. They call it clucking. And guys would bring me stuff and I would float them stamps so that they could go smoke K2. That's really what it boiled down to was I lent money to K2 heads and they would bring in a brand new pair of shoes, right? Brand new pair of Nike high tops in the box or whatever. And, you lend them $10 and they can go buy 2 hits or whatever. And it's easy money. Unfortunately, you end up having to break a lot of hearts when you say to a guy, no, I'm really not giving you back your MP3 player or your radio or whatever. That's just, you need to get sober or whatever. But you would have to lay it out. And I would say to somebody, look, bro, payday is on Thursday and I will give you until Saturday because things happen. We're in prison. But Saturday rolls around and you don't have the money. The shoes are no longer yours. You can never refer to them as yours again. You won't say, I got a pair of shoes and rock sell because that's not going to happen. Like they're my shoes at that point. And I promise you, they're already sold. Like I got a guy that takes every pair of Nikes I get at $5 more than I cluck them for. So, but yeah, you're right. And if I had been standing in that room, it would have made perfect sense to me. I ran into something really similar. You get a mentality that you can't leave. So apparently I get contacted by a producer who I don't know, right? But apparently this guy's kind of a big deal. But he sends me like 4 emails. It's just 2 words. And it's just a very unusual way to communicate. And he was like, if you can get out to Sherman Oaks and blah, 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 blah. And so I just wrote back and I was like, you know what, dude, I'm not trying to be a dick. And I know maybe I'm a Neanderthal or whatever, but like, I can't communicate like this, man. I know that talking to people is like real, like blasé these days, but if you want me on your freaking show, I probably ought to talk to you first. Right. And if you don't want to call and do that, then I guess I'll probably pass. And the funny thing is that he called me and he's like, that's the craziest email I've ever had in my life. He's like, I can't believe you said that to me. And I was like, I honestly had no idea why he thought that was odd. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I don't communicate like this, man. It made more sense to me to actually talk. But I think there are some benefits from the joint, Matt. I really do. I think that you have to be the right person to walk out having received any benefit at all. What you did is you went in and changed who you were, and you learned to focus in a different way and in a different direction. And that's incredible. It really is, because I can't stress enough to anybody that's listening to this. Nobody did anything to help you. Nobody did anything to help you. I mean, that's just not how it works. If you think I got a college degree while I was in, right? Nobody came and said, here's how you do this, Tommy. We'll make this easy as hell, right? Because we have these grant programs that they tell you about. Okay, somebody's getting money for those grant programs, but they're sure as shit not giving it to inmates, right? I went to the SMU, and the paper says they take us out of our cell every day, and they take Bloods and Crips and put them in the same room so that they can learn how to get along. Like that's it. They literally wrote all that out. And we have to take 12 classes per year in order to get through the program. I never saw one human being. I got thrown in a cell. They locked the door, and that was it. Like till the day I left, that was it. And I remember writing. On the 17th of September, I wrote a kite, and I said, I have a tooth that has a cavity that hurts so badly. The tooth is viable. I don't give a shit. Pull it. I don't care. Do whatever you got to do, but this pain's got to stop. On the 23rd of January, they brought me to medical to do that tooth. And I had been sober at that point, and I'm buying cocaine from a guy and putting it on the tooth, like literally buying small bags of blow and using this thing just so that I could get through half of the day. And when I went in, the doctor said, oh yeah, it's a really healthy tooth. You really want me to pull it? I'm like, no, I'd like you to fill it. And he's like, well, we don't do that on this yard. I'm like, well, then yank it the hell out, but You hear people on the news talk about how, the prisoners get free healthcare. They get free this. People, if you knew how they feed inmates, if you knew how they take care of you as far as the medicine goes, look, I'm not trying to be controversial in any way, but if you're a doctor in the feds, there's a really good chance you got caught with your hand somewhere that it shouldn't have been. You know what I mean? You didn't get that job.
Nobody gets to the top of their field and ends up working in a federal prison.
No.
So, and on top of that, we used to always say that medical was the leading cause of death at Coleman.
No question.
I mean, they would give you the wrong shit. They would let you walk around with hernias. They would like, listen, I knew guys that went into the medical 2-3 times complaining of chest pain. One day they walked back and died. Boom.
Yep. I watched them kill a friend of mine.
Indigestion. They tell them it's,
drink
come
water.
back Tuesday.
Drink more water.
Yeah. Get ibuprofen on commissary.
Exactly. They sell that on commissary.
Yeah.
They sell that on commissary. That's their favorite. We watched a guy during the lockdown when the warden got cut. My friend had already left the prison, right? He was out on a day pass, so to speak, for open heart surgery. So the warden gets cut while he's having open heart surgery. Completely successful, right? Good surgery. Everything's good. He's 58. They bring him back and make him go to the second floor. This dude, after open heart surgery, literally cracked his chest, is trying to walk up the stairs, and the white boys are banging on the door. They're screaming, like, are you shitting me? You're making this dude. Well, the following morning, he was found dead in his cell. And as it turns out, he didn't get meds. Like the medicine that they were supposed to give him, he never got. And that was when, this is when the feds came in and like kicked out everybody. They had to take over because people were dropping. I mean, we lost like 6 people, or it was either 5 or 6 people in 1 week. And they don't care. People really have a different idea of what goes on in there. I promise you they do. And there's 2 camps. One camp thinks that we are the most babied people in the entire world, and that as soon as you go in there, they're like, here's your TV, here's a very comfortable pillow. I don't know. Look, I never got a pillow once. I had to buy my pillows.
I've never got.
And every time there was a shakedown, I lost my pillow. Every single freaking shakedown, I lost my pillow, and then I would have to buy another one.
We would go to the guys in Leathercraft, and in they'd buy the stuffing to fill teddy bears or whatever, or whatever that, and you'd buy the stuffing from them, and you'd make your own pillow, and you'd put it in a pillowcase, and it.
Yeah. Can you imagine that, people? You literally do not get a pillow. Imagine having just 13 years of you don't need a pillow. You could just, it can't be too bad for your neck. Just sleep. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's I think it's a testament, man, and it's an awful lot of fun to talk to you. It really is. I find myself craving contact from people from the inside. I think that there's something to that. You spend 13 years living in a culture that has its own language completely, right? Its own customs, its own language, its own everything, and then it gets completely yanked out from underneath you, and you're thrust back into a world with a language that you stopped speaking 13 years ago. and a code of honor that's just completely different. You know what I mean? Like when you said, hey man, the link will be sent to you at such and such a time. I wasn't tripping. Usually when someone says the link will get sent, I always think there's a 50-50 chance that's going to be late. A convict says that, I had absolutely no doubt whatsoever what time the link was going to be sent. It's just different. And especially the ones that stay out, because the ones that stay out are intelligent. And I'm not trying to be mean, but you know, if you continue to go back on the installment plan, I did it 3 times. I did it 3 freaking times. You know, it's not the it's certainly not the pinnacle of deep thought, right? Not burdened by deep thought. If you're allowing yourself to continually get sent back again, and again. But usually, I don't know. For me, drugs was a huge thing. I think for you, you're a creative cat. It's good that your creativity is now going in the right direction. I think this is a perfect venue for you, man. You're good at it. You know?
Well, we'll see. I'm going to keep working at it. It's working so far.
Yeah. Well, I think that this is I think that we're in a genre that's taking off faster than most others, right? There's, for whatever reason, people are really, they're fascinated by those of us that broke the law. But like my friend used to say, like, we'd be sitting in the day room and he'd go, look around. If women didn't dig outlaws, this place would be empty. It was his favorite expression. He was about 105, but he would go, if chicks didn't dig outlaws, this place would be empty. But there's certainly something to be said for the fact that people seem to be fascinated. My first day, and I'll leave with this thought because I think this is hysterically funny. But the first time I walked into prison, the first 2 people that I came across were black. They were sitting down playing chess together, and I was not in a unit, so these guys were outside and they were working basically. They should have been sweeping the hall, and instead they were playing chess. And I was waiting to get let into my unit, and the guy goes, "Hey, brand new fish?" I go, "Yeah, I just got here, man." And he goes, "You want some advice?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Don't let this place change you, man. For real, because it can." I said, "All right." And dude got up to go to the bathroom or leave to go somewhere, and his friend said, "Don't you listen to that stupid," I won't use the word,
right,
can, because he said, "Make sure this place changes you." He's like, "Your goal is to make sure that this place changes you." And
right.
I don't know, man. I feel like it took 3 tries, but the last time certainly changed me. And I think it was a combination of meeting a really fantastic dude who had mad balls, because to be black and work with me every day in a level 3 yard took mad guts. But his name is Q, and he is. I'm still fighting every day to get him out, and hopefully someday that happens. He's a really, really solid dude. One of the greats. One of the absolute greats. So I was
all right. Well,
thank you, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you coming on. This went way better than I thought.
That's always good. Well, you never know what you're gonna get.
I didn't know what to expect. So,
well, especially I'm Captain Buzzkill, right? I'm Captain Tommy, and these days I'm the guy you wouldn't want at the party. I've never been anti-drug. I've never been anti-anything. I'm the guy that doesn't want to see people addicted. It's a pretty bad lifestyle,
right?
But the Lifeboat, really appreciate you doing this. This has been fantastic, Matt. It's been an honor.
Hey, I appreciate you guys watching the interview. Do me a favor, if you liked it, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Make sure you hit the bell so you get notified of videos like this. Leave me a comment in the comment section. Check out Tommy's YouTube channel. It's called The Lifeboat. We're going to leave the link in the description. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I hope you liked it. Thank you. See ya.
All right, so I'm going to call you Batman.
Yes, sir.
All right, so everybody calls you Batman. Well, but we have a mutual friend that calls you Rob, but right. So Batman, everybody. I noticed when you called me, it said Batman.
A lot of people tell me that. I didn't even know I don't know how it happened, but.
Okay, so what happened? Let's start real quick with basically, where were you born?
Well, I was born here. Yeah, I was born here in Tampa. I was born in 1967. December 23rd, Christmas.
All right.
Yeah, I was born in the Seminole Heights area. I went to Greco. I went to Slide Junior High School. I went to King for my sophomore year, but I ended up going to Armwood for to finish my 2 years up. I graduated first class at Armwood. I started working at a roughly young age, I guess. While I was in school, I was working also. I was working at a Mexican restaurant on Del Mabry called Casa Gallardo. I started out there washing dishes, bussing, things of that nature. Working was work. After that, I growing up, I always wanted, I guess, to be my own person. I wasn't really good with people really telling me what to do.
Right.
I love to learn, but once I figured out I got the job, I'm ready to go. I want to be off on my own. You feel me? Instead of somebody telling me, hey man, hey, we need you to do this. And I got kind of like fed up not being able to move further at Casa Gallardo in my job. They just wanted to continue me busting and washing dishes and things. So we had a problem. People was getting hired above me.
Right.
And yeah, people was hired in above me. I had been there like a year and a half or so and just wasn't moving from that spot. End up getting fired, sort of kind of quit at the same time because I just neglected doing the things I was supposed to do at the job, coming in late, things of that nature, because I just was ready to go. I was getting fed up with it. So after that little venture, I was unemployed. I was living with my mom, just hanging out with fellas, doing little things. My brother-in-law, we was just, hanging out, doing little things, smoking a little weed here and there, things of that nature. I started another job. Another job. This was probably 92. I was working with my father at Ed Morris Cadillac. At the same time, I was working 2 jobs at that time. I was working at Ed Morris Cadillac, and I also was working at Cash and Carry. I was working Ed Morris in the daytime, Cash and Carry at night.
Is Cash and Carry still around?
No.
Okay.
I think when Dixie bought out Cash and Carry, something like that back in the day. So I was working at Cash and Carry at night from midnight to like 7 in the morning, putting stock up, and then like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, I'd go from there to Ed Morris Cadillac, and I drove parts. I was a parts delivery. So after a while, I dabbled in different things. I got out there in the streets a little bit while I was doing the parts, going by my cousin's house, seeing how they was making thousands of dollars a day, just sitting around the house. I was like, man, how did y'all doing this? So he's like, hey, we doing this right here. This right here came out, which was crack.
All right. Okay.
I was like, damn, what is that? And he was like, oh, they take cocaine. They made this right here. So I started doing that for a little while. He showed me the ropes, made some money in that, ended up quitting the job at Ed Morris Cadillac and Winn Dixie because the money doing the other thing was greater than working both of those jobs. Right. I was making a lot more money. At that time, I think Reagan was president, and he made a drug seizure or something. And they was fighting the drugs against Colombia or whatever. It was a big drug thing going on that year, and so it was hard to get cocaine. It was hard to get product.
Right.
So it was, and I was a small guy. I wasn't nothing big or nothing. So if the big guy wasn't getting it, definitely the small guy wasn't getting it. So I was spending my money. It wasn't there. It was just going. I had everything going out, but nothing coming in. So we was sitting around with my brother-in-law. We just talking, and I was like, I think I said something like, man, you know what, man? I need to rob a bank, something like that. And he was like, man, rob a bank? I was like, yeah, man. I was like, man, look, that's the only place you're gonna go get it, and it's there. You just gotta know how to do it. You gotta be able to do it. And he was like, see, he just smiling. He was just laughing. He was just.
There's a quote from a guy named Slick Willie Sutton, who was a bank robber. When they asked him, like, why do you rob banks? He goes, because that's where the money is.
That's where the money is.
It's not straight to the source.
I mean, growing up, you watch the news. People was robbing like little grocery stores, little gas stations, and getting like $500 and stuff like that. I'm like, man, look, no. Why would you take that chance when you can take a chance and do something big? You're going to get basically almost the same time. Look, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. Always been about bigger things. You feel?
Right.
Always been about the big. There's nothing small and petty about me. If I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go all the way. I've always been like that. I always thought like that. So, my brother-in-law, I think like maybe 2 days later or something, he came to me. He was like, "Hey man, I know this guy, and he wants to rob a bank." I'm like, "Yeah, who is he?" Like, "Oh, it's this white guy." I know, you know. I'm like, "Damn." So, it's a white guy? It's serious. You know, he was like, I was about like, man, maybe he just bullshitting. He might not be, but he said it was a white dude. I like, well, this guy might know something. We can probably be able to help you. He might know. So anyway, look, he introduced me to him. He brought him over. He introduced me to him. He told me he had been watching his bank. And I was like, yeah. It was so crazy, man. This guy come and take me to this bank. It's okay if I give addresses?
Yeah.
Okay, so he went and took me to this bank. It's a bank on Hillsborough, Havana. That's my first bank, my very, very first bank. Hated that bank. Reason being because you had to be buzzed in. That was my first thing.
Why would you rob a bank?
Why would you rob a bank? You have to be buzzed in.
But super.
He was like, man, I've been watching. It's gonna be easy, man. It's easy. It's gonna be easy. I'm telling you. I was premature. I was like, okay, he's been watching. I'm gonna do this. He's like, okay, I got a guy. He's gonna steal the car, and we're gonna do this. I say, look, we're gonna need 2 cars. If I'm gonna do it, we're gonna need 2 cars because simple fact, on that first car, once they get that make and model in that car, they're gonna be on it. So we're gonna have to be able to get to another car without being seen. Leave that car there, and that was my whole thing. Making an optical illusion. Make them think I'm going one way when I went the other way. You feel me? So what I would do, I would get in the car, get to my other car, have no one see me, bend the corner. When they think you're going north, I'm actually going to be going back south or something like that. I'm going to get to you right here. This is how it happened. I said, look, we're going to need 2 cars. He said, okay, fine, no problem. We end up getting a Mustang. A stolen Mustang he got from someone. One of his buddies got a Mustang. We've already had a Maxima. Okay, a Nissan Maxima. I had basically got that Maxima myself from the Nissan place on Fletcher. Oh, Fletcher's is crazy. Anyway, with keys and everything. So I had been driving that car for maybe like 6 months or so. So that was going to be our second car. So it was me, him, and another guy. I'm going to just call him D. D was with us. We had everything. We had the gun. We had the mask. We had the bags. We had clothes. I had a change of clothes because I always wanted to go in the bank with one outfit on, but I wanted to be able to change. When I'm coming out or wherever I go, I want to be able to be changed. I don't want to have the same type of clothes on because I know then the first thing people are going to be looking for, the officers are going to be looking for that. So as we're driving up Hillsborough, we get to Armenia. Right. Okay, you know, the bank I'm talking about is the next light, which is Havana. The guy who was with me, the D was in the back. The other guy who originated, the white guy, he was sitting in the front. As soon as I pull up to the light, the guy just started crying. He said, Rob, I can't do this, man. I can't do this. And I'm like, what? He's like, no, man, I'm on probation.
But which guy is this?
This the white guy.
The white guy?
Originally who said he wanted it, who I was introduced to do this.
Okay. All right. So he's on federal paper.
He's on federal paper for uttering a forged instrument. I found out that later.
All right.
Anyway, we pull up to the light. Hillsborough and me, and this guy like, man, I can't do it, man. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I said, damn. Okay, Rob, what you gonna do? I said, just chill, you know, hey, just chill. It's okay. I said, hey, Dana, what's up? Which D? Hey, what's up? I said, you still want to do this? He's like, hey, man, whatever you want to do. I said, fuck it, we gonna do it. I pull over there to Crystal's Hamburgers right there. I pulled over to Crystal's right across the street from the bank.
Right.
Dropped him off. The white guy got out. Dana got up front. It's just me and him. I already have the Nissan Maximum behind the Winn-Dixie, because right there on the corner was a bank. The grocery store right there was Winn-Dixie, old Winn-Dixie, if I'm not mistaken, because it's Publix now, but it wasn't Publix then. Yes, it was Publix. It was Publix then. So we put the other getaway vehicle behind Publix. So me and Dana dropped him off. We got in the car. We rode up to it. We go up to the bank. I already know we had to be buzzed in because he told us, but I didn't want to do it because it's I didn't even know.
You didn't even check it out yourself first? You just thought he had it all taken?
Well, I went first that night before. I went to look in the window.
Right, but you didn't. Okay, but it wasn't open. You didn't.
No, it wasn't open. I went at night just to look in the window. I wanted to see everywhere the camera is placed, the layout, where everything, how far I'm going to have to run to get woo. I did that, but I never went in there before that, prior to that. Me and Dana, we pulled up to the front of the bank. We're sitting there in the car. I don't think I got my mask pulled down. I just got it pulled right up at the top around my head. Okay, we sitting there. I got gloves on everyone. I see two old people getting out the car. I know they're going to have to be buzzed in. I say, Dana, you see them two people right there? When they get out the car and they get up there, we're going in right behind them. He said, all right. Never not knowing that Dana's going to really go behind me. I'm just thinking, hey, when you see me get out, you're behind me. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Okay. The old people come out. They kind of really old because they're leaning on each other. They're taking their time. I think the guy, the older man, he opens up the door for the lady. Soon as she started to walk in, boom, I jumps out the car. I go, here come Dana. I open up the door, grab the door. Dana comes behind me. I don't even see where Dana plays. I just know I have to get money. I run straight to the counter. I hear in my ear, I hear the manager say, just do what they want. Just nobody don't do anything. Just do what they want. I'm going. I'm over the counter. Bam. I come down. I pull it out the drawers. I got a bag on my shoulder right here. I'm putting my in. I'm stuffing stuff. I don't think they had a drive-through. I can't remember if they had a drive-through, but I don't think I hit the drive-through because I was just trying to hurry up, get as much as I can to get out. Bam. I think Dana said, time. And when he said time, it's 90 seconds. When he said time, I'm coming back over the counter. Boom. We come out. We jump in the car. I head out of the bank, down on me, around behind to Publix where the other car is at. I jump in there. So I'm making them think that I'm going up Havana heading.
Wait a second. Did you have a gun?
I didn't have a gun. He had the gun.
Oh, okay. All right.
I didn't have a gun that time, but after a while I started.
Right.
But
yeah, because it doesn't matter if people don't realize if he has a gun, I might as well have a gun.
Right, exactly.
We'll all get touched for the guy.
Exactly. So, and I didn't want me being in the process of doing what I had to do to leave the gun, drop the gun, or something of that nature. So I wanted him to be the one to protect me.
Right.
You do your job, I'm do my job. We straight. So we came out of the bank. I jumped in the car. We went behind, changed it to the second car. Now they're thinking I'm heading south on Havana, but I jumped in the second car, came back up to Hillsborough to Armenia, heading east on Hillsborough to our location. So after that, Dana and me went. The guy who was with me, the white guy, he had called another acquaintance that we know to pick him up. Because I was like, damn, how did I meet up with him? Because I paid him. I wanted him to be a part of it.
Right.
I paid him for the car. And to have watched me do the whole thing, I gave him money. Because I wanted him to keep his mouth closed.
I was going to say.
I wanted him to be a part of it.
Feels like if he's a part of it, there's a better chance he doesn't tell anybody.
Exactly. So that's why I did that. Even the guy who came to pick him up knew about it. I paid him also. I gave him $500 and I gave him $500. I think out of that first bank there, I got like $2,700.
Yourself or just total?
Total.
Because the average bank robber gets like 3,500 total, or I think it used to be 1,500. I think it's like 3,500. Is in that range? It's not a lot.
It's not a lot because I never wanted. I mean, it was fresh to me. It was my first. It was my very first. So,
But to get a lot of money, you have to do like a takeover. Like you have to
right, you would have to do a
that's
takeover.
super dangerous.
That's super stupid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, no, we're not. We wouldn't. It's not heat or nothing like that. We're not equipped to do anything like that. And it just
Even the movie Heat.
right. It doesn't make sense. But my thing was to just in a small amount of time get as much as I can. And on that first one, it was 2,700. I was pissed.
Better chance of getting away.
I was pissed because I was thinking that we were going to get a little bit more than that. Going by what we had spoke about earlier, me and the other guy, the white guy, and, you know, I guess from what he'd heard, what he'd seen, or I don't know where he got that information, we was going to get like 25. We were going to get like 25, 30,000.
Yeah.
Because I guess he was going by what he thought tellers hold in the tills, but he's absolutely wrong.
Yeah. You have to go in like the cash drawer or something.
You would have, it's called a cash cow, which is behind him, but I didn't know about that until later on in my bank robbery endeavor or whatever.
Right.
But anyway, so we get back to my location. I guess I went back to my house to count it all up and divide amongst the people who was involved. And I was like, damn, okay, that's crazy, man. I can't believe that's all I got. And I relived it. I relived it to see, okay, where did I went wrong? How could I could have got more? What could I have done? But to stay super safe, there was kind of like nothing I could have done because I didn't want to be in there no longer than I was, you know. And I hit everything that was there. But this was a small bank. They don't really do that much business. And that's one thing that I didn't know. It depends on the bank. And as things went along, the money got greater. So, you know, I don't know the time period I did them in between. I'm thinking a couple months, maybe like 4 or 5 months. My second one was on, I think down near like Bayshore area. It was a Sun Bank, and it was off like Howard and Mena down there, Kennedy area. We were riding around, me and Dana. You know, we hung out pretty tight. We was just riding around. We'd spent the money. I had no funds coming in, and I was like, okay, man, we need another bank. So I got down towards that area. I seen this bank, and it was surrounded by brush trees, you know, hedges all the way around it. It was 2 ways in and 2 ways out. You know, you could have got into that entrance on the back end, or as you going down that main street there, you could turn in right off the road, but it had one there and one there. But the thing about it was hidden. So I was like, man, I can do this. It's hidden. So after the bank got closed, I went just to look through the window to look at the layout. And I didn't have the white guy anymore.
Right.
It was me. It was all my planning. I had to come up with the cards now because he knew people who can steal cards. I didn't know anyone who could steal cards. I didn't start getting in trouble until I was like 25 years of age.
Right.
You know, I don't have a juvenile criminal record or anything of that nature. So I knew this Spanish guy who I was closely familiar with. He knew people, Spanish guys, who know how to steal cars, you know, really quick with screwdriver. I was like, damn, how in the hell they can, a screwdriver? That's it. Yeah, man, okay, yeah. So I said, hey, whoever give me a car, I give him $500. Tell him give me a car, I give him $500. So we had got the car. I still had the Nissan Maxima at the time. I was still using it. I already used it in the first bank robbery. Didn't get caught in nothing like that. Still had it. So that was going to be my second car again to use in the second bank robbery. So he got the car for me. Me and D, we got together. I think the first day we went down there, I'm trying to find a good location to sit and wait because I think it was kind of busy that first day. As I was trying to find a place to sit, I seen a TPD officer ride down the street. I told Dana, we're not doing it today. And he's like, oh man, what? He might be going to lunch, he's going down. I like, we're not doing it today.
Right.
Anytime I seen an officer in that area, period, I didn't do it regardless. Because everything's on my side. Timing is on my side. I can pick and choose the time to do it whenever I want to. I don't have to rush it, you know. I'll wait tomorrow, okay? Not a problem. Because that spooked me. By officer, that's like it was a warning to me. I don't know. I just felt like, hell no. I got tomorrow.
Right.
We go, leave, regroup, wait tomorrow, get back together tomorrow morning, get everything, we come back. So this time, everything was smooth. It was good. We went in there, it was hardly no cars in the parking area of the bank. Pulled around, pulled right into the front of the bank. Bam, just jumped out, went in, he came right behind me. We were in, I was already over the counter before the two ladies was in there even knew. One, it was two black ladies, two black females. One was over at like office desk or something. She was sitting there wiping it down, but I think she had her back to me. And the other one was, I'm not sure exactly, but I remember when she came out, but I was already behind the counter getting money. So I spent roughly 30, 40 seconds behind there, pulling out money. It was not really a lot of money though. And jumped back over the counter, came out. Now, this was the exciting part. As I'm coming over the counter, come out of the door, we were in a Lincoln Town car. Stolen Lincoln Town car. That was the first car that we pull up in the bank in. When I got out of the bank, I'm pulling off with the bag of money. We heard a poof in the car.
The die pack.
Die pack went off in the car. We had all the windows up in the car.
But it's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
Did it blow through it?
It all the smoke and everything, tear gas and everything is coming out of the bag. As we're driving down the street, right? I'm looking over at him. I couldn't even hardly see him. That's how much is in there. And he got slob and tears coming out of his eyes and snot coming out of his nose. And I'm like, man, we trying to get the window down. We couldn't get the window down because it's a Lincoln Town car. Before the big window go down, that little window has to go down first.
Right.
Couldn't see it. Couldn't see that window was going down. We just knew that big window was going down because we couldn't. I was like, man, open up the door. I'm driving down the street with both doors open. His door and my door, airing it out. I pulled around the corner. We pulled to the second car, which is the Nissan Maxima. Get out, throw it in park, grab the bag, jump in the other car. We come around Bayshore. I take Bayshore all the way down to like downtown area, jump on the interstate, get off on 50th Street because I stayed over there on 56. When we get to my house, we pulled out all the money onto the carpet. A lot of money had red dye all over it. It was burnt because when it explodes, dye gets all over it. It's hot. It's burning. So some of the money had burnt spots all in it. So what we did, we separated the money to get the money that basically didn't hardly have no burns, no ink or nothing like that on it. And if I'm not mistaken, it came out to like $3,500 that didn't have anything wrong with it. And like $5,000 that had ink and everything on it. Check this out. Serious. Dana was young. Dana. He was young. And I know that he wasn't finna get into that red money because that would have got us messed up.
Right.
So I took the $3,500. I gave him $1,500 and I kept $2,000. I still have the $5,000 that was burnt. Some of it burnt like holes in the spots in it, but a lot of red. Me and my girl was sitting there looking at all this money with all this red ink on it, and I'm like, man, I told Dana, okay, after I paid Dana, I said, hey, look, check this out. Here at nobody, don't tell nobody nothing. You tell them that you got a lawsuit or somebody left you some money, but don't ever tell anybody about anything we do. That was with anybody with me. I always made sure I embedded that in their head. But I say, if I'm able to do something with this money, if I can clean it up, then I'm gonna break bread with you. I'm gonna go ahead and pay you. I'm gonna give you your percentage out of this. If I can't, I'm gonna destroy it and get rid of it. So he's like, okay. He was happy. I could have gave him $500. He would have been happy,
Right.
Cause he
And you already got away.
Yeah, we got away, and I mean, he was with me because it was hard to come across money. I don't know if he didn't like working. I didn't know if I didn't like working. We just wasn't working. We were together. We were doing our thing. I gave him that, and me and my girl was sitting there. We were sitting in the apartment looking at all this money with red dot. I'm like, man, damn, man, I cannot throw this away. My aunt, granted, worked at Clorox. And I remember like the week before, it's God's good. My aunt worked at Clorox. And I remember like the week before I was over her house, like doing some hedges or cutting some grass. We did side jobs, cutting grass, trying to come up, And she's like, Robert, I got a bunch of bleach and all kind of stain removing, all kind of stuff like that. Now, if you ever need something, if you want something, go ahead and get you something, because they give us all them damaged cases. And she did. Now, her utility on, she had cases and cases. I like, no, I don't need nothing right now. I'm straight. I'm good. She said, okay. So I thought about my aunt when I was sitting there looking at this money. I'm like, man, it's got to be worth a try. So I go to my aunt's house. I say, hey, G, hey, what's up? How you doing? I say, hey. I say, you remember you said you had all that bleach and stain removal stuff? You think I can get some? She like, boy, go on in there. You get whatever you want. So she had like 3 different kind of stain removers and 2 different kind of bleach. So I got it all. One of this, one of that, one of that. I went back to the house and got a 5-gallon bucket. Empty bucket. I poured half water into the 5-gallon. I put water into a half, poured all the money in there, pushed all the money in there, all the red dye money in there. All the stain removal stuff, bleach, I poured it in there on top of it, and I just started swirling around. So I said, hey, babe, I'm going to take like 200 of this money, and we finna get ready and go to the grocery store. I'm going to take a shower real quick. While I'm doing this, I get out of the shower and I come back. I just happen to go and glance over in the bucket, and I see like a red film starting to float on top of the water. And I said, damn, this might work. So, boom, me and my girl, we get together. We go to the grocery store. We spend like $200, come back. We put the grocery up. I said, okay, now I'm finna get the money. So when I got the money, poured all the water off. Now, water and chemical separates.
Right.
So whichever the money that was in the chemical, the most of the money that was in the chemical, it was the weakest. The money that was above, that was mostly in the water, it was a little bit better. So when I poured all the water off, cleaned it all up, it made the bills weak. They were clean. Wasn't no red on it, period, at all. And I told the biz about, I don't say that. So I said, okay, babe, we gotta dry the money up. So we put some in the oven. We got to iron. We drying this money. We doing whatever, But the only thing about it is the money that was down in the chemical the longest, when you do money, you do it like this, it'll just come apart.
Okay.
So I said, we got to go to Edgar drugstore and get some tape. So, for real, man. Listen. So $5,000, let's say 2,000 of it was really, really weak.
Right.
It was clean, pristine clean. Really, it was clean. But the money that was down in the liquid, the chemicals the longest, was the weakest. So I said, you know what? I got all this Scotch tape, like wrapping pretzels and stuff. I put here a lot of money. The one that ripped the weak, I put tape all around it, right? So what I would do, I would get like 3 or 4 of those bills that had tape.
Right.
Some good bills, and I would go get money orders. Like in the day, we can get money orders up to $250 money order. So I'm going around all these different stores trying to change this getting money orders. And it worked, and they did. This one store that was on Kennedy that we just happened to go around to, and it's just a bit off track, but it's just some part of the story that I was telling. I went to this like Oriental store, and they had money orders. I got a $250 money order. He was like, "Hey, my friend, what's wrong with the money?" I said, "My girl, why it got real dope, man? It's good though. Put it." Well, I know, I can't remember how they used to check it then. I think maybe with the pen and then back then, I can't remember. But he took it, gave me money order. I used the money order with a couple other money orders to pay my rent at my apartment complex for that month, right?
Right.
Only that one Oriental guy, he stopped payment on the money order, and I'm not sure what he did with the money, but I did a lot of money orders, but that was the only one he stopped payment. My rent lady came, knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. She said, "Rob." I said, "Hey, what's that?" She said, "You remember that money order you gave me to pay the rent?" I said, "Yeah." What wrong? She's like, "They stopped payment on it." She's like, "I don't know. I ain't never seen nobody stop payment on a money order."
He must have had some issues with when he turned the money into the bank. They wouldn't take it.
Exactly. So he stopped payment. I said, "Okay, cool, no problem." So I went in the house, went in the shoebox, got out $250, whatever it was, and gave it to him, and it was cool. So that was from the second bank. That's when a die pack blew up. On my third bank, I got tired of like getting the small amount of money. I wanted to get a bigger amount of money. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna bring some guys in. I'm gonna get 2 other guys. Instead of just me alone trying to get the money, I'm gonna have 2 guys over the counter getting the money.
Right.
And 2 guys watching my back. So I go out the Carewood area over on Anderson.
Right. So it's like a suburb of Tampa.
Yeah, right over there. I think it was Anderson Road over there. They had what was that bank? I mean, it really doesn't matter. We scouted out that bank.
And you just go get 2 guys. You just go talk. You just know 2 buddies that'll rob a bank.
No, they're not just 2 anybody. It's
because Colby's not robbing a bank.
Okay, so
I'm a good talker.
Right. It's some guys that had been hanging out with me, and I know they were good for what I needed them for. They had already knew about what I was doing, but I just never brought them in. I didn't need them,
right?
You know, and it was close people. I'm not gonna mention names, family members, friends, you know, people of that nature that I knew I could trust and stuff like that. And I brought 2 other guys in. I had went out to the one out there in Anderson and Carewood area, and I thought maybe there would be a good chance of me to get more money. I'm not sure. I think I had went out there one time before, and I had to go in there to do some coin exchange, money exchange or something, and they had a lot of money on the counter, and I was like, man, I would like to come back here. I think it was, we had just hit a house or something. We got some foreign currency, and we needed somewhere to take the money to. And I had just happened to go in there, and it just was counting money all on that back counter. They would just count like, man, but you wouldn't know what to face. So there was nothing to be done that day. I was like, I want to do this.
Right.
I like this. So I went back out there. The next day, and I was like, okay, so I got to find a getaway route. I got to make them think we're going one way and we're going to go the other way. So I decided, okay, we're going to go down Anderson. We're going to go down Anderson Road, make them think that in this apartment complex. Soon you get down Anderson Road, you get out of the frame of the bank, there was an apartment complex I can turn left and go through, and then I can come back and come out good. Damn, that's that road, good. I can come back up and come out good. So I say, okay, yeah, okay.
Well, you know, by the way, just the naming the streets and everything doesn't matter because people in
they don't know what the hell.
Yeah, I mean people in Australia.
But the people who do, they're like, man, that guy's smart.
All right, so
people who's around.
So you figured out what the
I figured out the area and how I wanted to do it to make them think that you know, we're heading back south when I'm actually heading east. I came up that night, took a peek in to see the layout, to see exactly where everything was at. If I'm not mistaken, that same day I placed the car, so I had it there overnight. That was the one I had the keys to, and that was the Nissan Maxima. I always had the keys to that. And the one that was used with the screwdriver that we paid someone to get, that was the go up to car. So this is a funny one too. So we're driving up in Carroll. We're going towards our location, and I pull up into the parking lot, and it also is a grocery store inside that area too. So we pull around. It's a pretty big parking lot, and I'm looking at from a distance at the bank to see who's there, make sure no officers is in the parking lot roaming around, just to see where everyone's placed at. So I started towards the bank. Once I got up to the bank, I found a nice parking area where I wanted to be. I'm always want to be towards the front of the bank, if not in the front parking area of the bank, just because it cut down time. And as soon as we pull up to the bank, we get out, and I think this one was a Astro minivan. This was an Astro minivan, and I love Astro minivans for the simple fact that when I'm going to the second location, the guy's able to change their clothes standing up in the back of the minivan, sliding doors. It's just bigger, roomier. You can do a lot of more things in it, as far as getting ready. So we pull up to it. We left the vehicle running. I run up to it, and it was just great timing that I pulled up at that time, because Wells Fargo must have just had left that bank, because they had thousands of dollars right on the front counter. And normally that's what they do. They have to count the money after the money is delivered. They have to, count and make sure it's what's on the tag, what's on the receipt is what was delivered.
Right.
So it just happened to be. So when I went through the door, there was 4 of us. 2 people was going to go over the counter. 2 people was going to hold everyone at bay. So when I ran in, I'm the first person. When I jumped over the counter, I didn't even have to jump off of the counter, because all the money was right there. So what I did was squat down and just started grabbing money from the counter. Didn't even have to jump. And my second guy, he jumped on the counter too, and he was grabbing money. But from my peripheral vision, I seen he had got off the counter and doing whatever. Man, look, I'm getting this money. So after I get all the money off the counter, and he was doing what he did, I felt like I had enough time. I didn't even check the drawers, right, because I had spent so much time on top of the counter getting the money. I came down, hey, let's go. We proceeded towards the door. We went out of the door. As we get back in the minivan, as soon as I'm pulling out, the one person who went over the counter with me, inside of his pants, he stuck a thing of 20s, a band of 20s. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, a band of 20s is $2,000. He stuck it in his pants, and it was a die pack, and it blew up in his pants.
He's thinking you guys
finna get,
I'm gonna steal a little bit more, not tell them, like, hey, this is what I got. But he's actually got a couple extra grand.
Right.
But he's also, so it came back on him because he's got
true story.
Die pack.
So you have like 30 to 40 seconds after you breach the door from the bank that the die pack gonna go off. Soon as we hit the got in the minivan, I'm pulling out to go on the Anderson to go to my second car. Boom, blow up. I said, hey, I'm driving like, hey man, hey, what the fuck is that? He's like, oh no, I know. And I said, get it out. I already know. I already had a die pack before.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I'm so quick. I was like, he tried to, I'm thinking he tried to cuff $2,000, put in his pants, it blew up on it. He pulled out one stack of 20s from the left side of the drawer, because it's always going to be a die pack there. I found that out too later. And anyway, so he threw it out the window, rolled the window down. He threw it out the window right there as we was getting back on the ambulance, threw it out the window. It wasn't that bad as far, because I guess he muffed it by having it in his pants, but he had on like 2 or 3 bear bands, so he didn't really get burned. I guess I don't know. But a die pack blew up in his pants.
All right.
I get to my second vehicle. This is a crazy thing too. I get to my second vehicle. We getting out of getting out of the van to get everything with us. And Dana, as I'm leaving, I'm asking everybody, okay, where's the weapon? Where's this? Whatever. He left one of his pistols in the minivan. That was like one of the first bad things that I could think of that ever could have happened. Because now I'm thinking, damn, was there any fingerprints on it? Was there any fingerprints on the bullet? Was there, damn, this veteran shit, this ain't no state. It's for real. You have to be on point. So, no problem. As we're leaving, because I'm making them think that we're heading south, but we're actually heading east. We see the helicopter heading back towards the bank.
Right.
So I'm already in my second vehicle. They looking for a white Astro van when I'm in a burgundy Nissan Maxima. So as we going, we see the helicopter going, and you know, another thing that I also used to do, underneath the outfit that I went in the bank, I always had a shirt and tie, a white shirt with a tie. And in the back of the Nissan Maxima, I used to have a blazer, a jacket hanging up there for the guys in the back. I always wanted to look like I was the only one in the car. So I had them down on the ground, on the floor in the car after we got out of the van to get in our second vehicle to get back to the house. They was in the back seat down, the blazer hanging up. I'm sitting alone driving with a white shirt and tie on. Make me look, you know, like...
Yeah, presentable.
Exactly. So I'm headed back to the house after that one.
So what'd you guys get there, roughly? I mean, I know you did.
57.
Oh, okay.
57. Well,
all right.
I think I get like 30 of it for my personal.
57,000?
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, now that's a decent lift.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's different. I thought you had 57.
No, I remember all the money was on the table. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much fell on the floor or anything like that. So as time went by, you know, I dibbed and dabbed and did other little things of that nature, and 2 or 3 more went by into this one that I said, you know, I think I had Tampa hot. I think it was, you know, I had already at this time did like 5, 6 banks, and I couldn't really find an area or a bank that I pretty much can do and had all the things that I needed, you know, the optical illusion getaway route, or knew that there wasn't a lot of cops in that area. So I kind of like did everything I could do on this part. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go across the bridge. I want to go to Pinellas County to see what they got to offer over there. So we just took a ride, and I went and I seen, as soon as I got across Gandy and got on the 4th Street, 4th Street, St. Pete, that over there. I turned to the left, and right off Gandy there was a bank. I think it was a First National Bank or something similar to that. And I was like, man, this is pretty good. This is pretty good, because there was a side street also that cuts off from the bank, and there was an brand new apartment complex, which looked like it had like 500 units, so it was kind of huge. And I said, I can come off the main street, boom, boom, or go off the main street, cut down the side street, come out there, and then jump back on again and take the bridge across and come to Tampa. I can do this. So we waited till that night, went back over there, and I just wanted to look at the layout of the banks. Basically banks are pretty much all set up the same, but just you personally just knowing you have that visualization of where you're going, what you're finna do, is a plus for me. Me not being blind, I'm already know where the chair's laid out. I know where the cameras, I know where the counter.
Yeah, you want to know. As soon as I get, I got to run 20 exactly feet this way over the thing. Not, I think
that was my thing of looking at night. I could come in the daytime and go on.
Yeah, but then the cameras
never be seen.
Right.
Exactly. So I got a layout. I got a view of the layout, and we got all our tools, everything we needed. We went ahead and placed a second car over in the apartment complex, which was pretty cool. It was a big apartment complex, and when a lot of people, it was fairly new, so it wasn't a lot of people walking their dogs out. So I thought that was pretty good. This was a pretty decent bank. We pushed. I think I rode down 4th Street just to see if there was any cops in the area. I didn't really see anything. I think I did it on the first day. I didn't have to come back the second day or nothing. I think it was like the perfect storm. Everything was on my side. I pulled up to the bank. It was just me and Dana. It was just 2 people on this one, if I can remember correctly. I pulled up into the bank, got out of the car. Wasn't no traffic, wasn't a lot of people coming out or nothing. The one particular thing that I can remember about this bank, that there was a bunch of college kids in there. And robbing a bank, to me, because I played sports and I played football, is like running for a touchdown. You can hear the crowd, but you can't. It's like you're in a silent state. You kind of like focus in on what you're trying to do or what you're doing. And that's the same thing in like robbing a bank, because when I was going after that money, I was focusing on what I had to do, but I can also hear the baby in the background crying, or somebody screaming or yelling, an old lady or something of that nature. But one thing about this bank right here in particular, I can hear the college kids that was cheering us on. They were like, "Go, man, yeah, go, 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 go." And that was just like one thing that stood out in that bank. So I came across the counter. We jumped in the vehicle, went to our second vehicle, and came across, and basically that was it on that one. I did like $32,000 on that one. We split it. I think I gave him like 17. I gave him like 12, because I always felt like this was my thing. I'm always gonna get majority of the pay. I'm always the one who invested. I'm the one who invested time in. I'm the one who invested the gas. I'm the one who invested on the planning. So all that costs. But the good thing about the guys who I ever did anything with, they never questioned what I gave them.
Right. Well, I mean, they're talking about a guy he's getting
nothing,
5 or 10 grand. He's not making anything.
I think the reason being is because they knew, just knowing me or being my friend, they're gonna always be opportunities for them to make money.
Right.
So why bitch about something that he might not need me for the next one?
Right.
So they never, man, why did I get this? Man, how much you got? That never occurred.
Right.
So as time went, there was like my last one. I was pretty much like getting out of the bank thing. I had my detail business going on. I was not really hurting for money. I think I had just did when I had a substantial amount of money. I was pretty good at the time. And I think I had came up on a Jamaican guy who was fronting me pounds or something. I was, whatever the case was, but I was good. I wasn't really thinking about banks. My girl, her friend comes up, and she kind of like knew what I was doing, but didn't know what I was doing, or didn't want to tell me, but kind of like, she like, bro, she used to call me bro. She like, bro, man, I need you. I'm like, okay, what's that? What you need? She like, man, I was down in Ybor this weekend, and this white girl, she pulled out in front of me, and I hit her car, and there wasn't nothing wrong with her car, and wasn't nothing wrong with my car, and we thought it was okay. So I just left, and now she got my tag number and put out for a hit and run, and I got the TPD calling me, talking about the detective looking for me and all this, but I need to get some money to get my car fixed. She like, man, I don't know what you do, but I'll do anything you need me to do. You want me to drive, you want me to do this, whatever. I'm like, man, what the hell is she talking about? I'm like, what you say? Well, what you need? She like, man, I need like maybe like $1,000 or something. So I was like, damn, man, I want to help, because I'm always wanting to help people. I'm always, I always thought about, I like Robin Hood and stuff, people like when I was a kid growing up, Robin Hood was my favorite guy, you know, Batman and Robin, things of that nature. Helping other people who didn't have, you know, trying to look out. That was kind of like me. So I had already seen this one bank that was on Himes in between Hillsborough and MLK. And it was across the street from El Lopez Park, whatever they call it right now. And it was kind of like hidden away too, you know, it had brushes and shrubs all around. It was kind of like hidden off in the cut. So this girl, she depended on me. It was like I was her last, you know, resource. And I was like, I can do this. And I can make myself look good at the same time helping her. You know, I could be that big brother she said I was, you know, come in at the clutch. And not only that, I can, you know, put a few more dollars in my pocket also. I'm pretty good at what I do. So I like, and then she wanted to help. I'm like, what could she do? What could I use her for? I said, damn, I won't have to pay someone $500. I can use her vehicle for the second vehicle.
Right.
So that's what we do. On the first vehicle, I used the Maxima.
Right.
I used that for the first vehicle, and I used her car for the second vehicle. I left the Maxima hidden in an apartment complex where hers was at, right around the corner from the bank on Himes. Right behind there is apartment complex, and I'm thinking that because of the way the apartment complex is set up, you turn in and you go and it's hidden off the street. They're never gonna find the car. So I'll come back days later and I get the car. But there was a guy up in the apartment complex up there when we came back to switch cars after doing the bank.
Right.
He was up in the third floor apartment looking down, and that guy right there kind of like told what the second vehicle was, and they were looking for her car, and that's how I got screwed up. So now, they didn't know me. They just knew that vehicle was the vehicle that the people who robbed the bank left in.
Right.
Okay. So she had took her vehicle and placed it off a street off of MLK and North Boulevard, let's say that. DPD riding all over the place looking for that vehicle, because when they came looking, they swarmed that area. Somehow they knew that I guess they just searched back there for the first vehicle, and they found it. And the guy up there seeing all these cops down there, he came down here, hey, I seen somebody in the woo. A different type of vehicle, Subaru, whatever it was. So now they're looking for her, for that car. Okay. Now, as I told you before earlier, there was a guy who had did other little in and odd jobs with me when we used to like just go in houses, big houses, do little things. He had did something without my knowledge, and he got a Rolex watch, which he went and pawned in his name.
So this is a guy who did like a robbery. You were doing robberies.
Right.
He did a robbery on his own.
He did it.
He wasn't supposed to.
He wasn't supposed to. Or if you know, you're your own person.
Right.
You can do whatever you want to do, but don't mention me in anything.
Right.
You know, and to be honest with you, I think I used to tell him, don't do anything that we did together.
Right.
Make up something else. Don't do, you know, people know my MO. Don't do anything.
It gives you some wiggle room.
Right, exactly. So he took another guy, and they got a Rolex watch out of some house or something. He went and pawned it in his name. And that's how they got on to him, which he put them on to me.
Right.
Now, the reason why he put them on to me, because they found a jacket that was in his house. And that jacket was from a SWAT team member's house that I had went and kicked the door.
Right. So this is another robbery you guys did, and there was SWAT team stuff.
Exactly.
And guns.
Just a B&E, right. So we took all the guns, the SWAT team. He took the jacket. I took like some bulletproof vests, things of that nature.
So they connect him to that. And I have a question. When he goes into that other one and he gets the Rolex, was that like a home invasion?
It wasn't a home invasion. It was just like kick the door in, like a B&E, breaking and enter.
Was someone in the house?
No.
Okay. No, okay.
So if he's in trouble, he's just not in that much trouble.
Right.
He's not in 20 years state prison trouble.
After they find him with that jacket makes him in that much trouble.
Oh, because now it's the gun.
Simple fact, they want them guns.
Yeah.
You know, we had Sig Sawyer, 9mm. We had AKs. We had sawed-off shotguns that came out of there. We had them little...
Right, because a SWAT team member is going to have a lot of different...
Them little military automatic weapons like you see them Germans had. Yeah, I had them. So they put the press on him, and he told them about me. Now, my birthday is December 23rd. And on December 20th.
So no birthday party for you.
No, my birthday is December 23rd. And around the 21st, I go to a friend of mine. He owns a pawn shop on Hillsborough, and you know it. All right, I'm not kind of... I go to his pawn shop, and this is probably about, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I go over there because I'm getting ready to get this big bracelet. I'm finna get this Batman charm with diamonds and all that on there. And he was going to make it for me. So I had stopped by there, and we kicking it. I'm flipping through this book where I'm picking out this bracelet. And this white guy comes in. And, I'm over there looking at the book. And he's like, hey, what you need? He's like, oh, I just want to look at some CDs. So, okay. So the pawn shop guy say, okay, go ahead, look at whatever. I'm just looking at the bracelet. We looking with, hey, how much is it going to cost? Hey, how much? So the guy got whatever CDs he wanted. He headed back up there to be cashed out. He went down there. I'm still looking. He cashing them out. So the guy, my friend who owns the pawn shop, he comes down to me. He's like, man, that guy just spooked the shit out of me. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, he told me to be careful. I said, be careful? I'm like, what do you mean be careful? He just told me be careful. I'm like, shit, he just said be careful, so be careful. So, well, how much did it cost? So I'm not really, because I was smoking, I was not really paying attention.
Right.
I was chilling. It's getting ready to be my birthday. I'm not. So, bam. I pick out the bracelet I want. I leave. I come back. I went to the house. Now, here it is. It's my birthday, December 23rd. That morning, me and my girl, we already set up that we was going to go out Clearwater on a double eagle deep sea fishing trip for my birthday, saltwater. So I said, I'm going to drop my daughter off at the daycare, and then we're going to run by McDonald's, grab something to eat, and then we're going to come get all the fishing gear. Not knowing that at this time, the FBI is watching me the whole time. When I came out to take my daughter to the daycare, there was this big bread van, white bread truck, parked next to my car. I had a 500 series BMW at the time. And they were parked so close to the driver's door that I couldn't get in. So I'm thinking that it was this, we were having fiber optic lines laid down. I lived next to the office building at the apartment complex. So that's where most of the other people who was doing the work, that's where they came up to the office area. So I'm thinking it's one of those people parked so close to the BMW that I couldn't get in the door. So I'm carrying my daughter, and I'm walking all around the van, and the windows were so tinted on there, you couldn't even look in there.
Right.
So I'm walking on around. Went over there by the pool area. I'm looking for some guys that were doing some work. There was nobody. I was like, man, I want to cuss their hand on and get on them, So what I did was, went back, told my girl, come on, let's go. I'm just gonna climb through it on the passenger side. Get in, put her in the chair. Boom. I clammed through and got on to the driver's side by going through the passenger side. So as I'm leaving, I'm going to drop her off to the daycare over off Florida Avenue, which we made it over there, dropped her off. All this time, the feds are following me. I don't know it. As I'm heading from the daycare, I go to McDonald's. We go to McDonald's to grab some breakfast. I wanted to eat something before I go on a fishing trip. I proceeded to get on Hillsborough. I'm going back towards my street, which is Habana or whatever the street apartment was on at the time. I go to make a left, they're still following me. So I pull up to my apartment, and like I said, I'm right next door to the office. I live on the second floor to the right. When I pull up, I look upstairs, you know, I'm getting ready to get out, but I just always used to try to like be on point and notice who around, you know. I was doing bad things, you know. I know there was going to be one day somebody was going to be looking for me. So I always kind of I want to be on point, I need some, like you said, wiggle room. I need time to run or whatever I need to do to try to get away for that day. So I happen to look upstairs and I see these two white guys on the left side. I lived on the right side. So I like, I wonder what the hell they want. They dressed the same. They had on like two white t-shirts and some jeans. I thought maybe they were some salespeople or something. So I think the car is still running at this time. I put it in park. I go to open up the driver's door. I turn it off, and before I can get my first foot out of the door, the SWAT team has me on the ground. So that's how I can remember. They that fast.
Yeah, I know.
And it was like this.
Yeah.
It was like 15 of them, you know, they geared up, masked up and everything. They're like, all right. And, you know, when they got me, they're celebrating. My girl was next to me. She's crying. And they got me on the ground, and they're celebrating. I can hear the guys celebrating. All right, yeah. They're like, persistent pays. We've been out here since 6 o'clock this morning. You know, and then the guy walks up to me, and he goes, hey, how are you? I'm in charge of this right here. I'm Sergeant McLemire, and how are you? First of all, let me just tell you happy birthday. And yeah, while I got handcuffs,
cocky, bro.
swear to God, and I had handcuffs on. He like, first of all, let me just tell you happy birthday. And you know this guy? I'm like, man, I don't know. Y'all got the wrong person, man. I don't know no guy. He's like, well, we think you do. And we heard that you armed and dangerous. You're a menace to society. I'm like, man, I don't know who told you that, man. Y'all got the wrong guy. I was like, can I talk to my wife? Oh, you know, you can't talk to her. She crying and stuff. Then I hear him telling them, we're going to meet back up at East Lake Mall. Tampa Bay Mall. Remember Tampa Bay Mall was open at that time, and that's where they planned the whole thing, and that's where they met up at to talk about what just happened. So at that time, the feds came, they got me, rushed me downtown, because when you in the federal system, you don't just go to booking, you don't go to jail and stuff like that, like a state charge, or you get picked up by the city guy, they just take you to Orient Road or just take you to the city jail. When you're picked up by the feds, they take you downtown. You have to go to the FBI office. You got to go to the U.S. Marshal. You got to take
holdover.
You got U.S. Marshals take pictures of you. Not only that, then you have to go in front of the magistrate judge and see if you're going to get a bond or not. So there's a lot of things that take place before you go over to the city jail and be booked in on those charges. So that will happen to me. So now I'm booked in and not really knowing what I'm facing, because not really knowing how I got to this point that guy told me.
You're not even sure what they're arresting you for.
Right,
Exactly.
I didn't know that guy had told on me about this. I didn't know about they found the Rolex and he had the jacket, and this is how this thing all came about. So I'm sitting in there because I'm on federal charges. They have to ship me over to Morgan Street. So I'm sitting in Morgan Street, you know. I think my lawyer came to see me and to let me know what I was being charged with. And I was being charged with the armored car at the time. I wasn't being charged with no banks because I never got caught doing any banks. He told on me about the banks, but they didn't put that on me at the time.
Right.
And it's kind of good for me that it didn't, because how it all worked out for me, not having them put that charge on me right then, I was able to group it in my proffer agreement.
Right.
Now, me, first time being arrested, first time being in jail, never knowing what a proffer agreement is. And how I found out about a proffer agreement is just, it's like my first week in Morgan Street, and I know basic things like don't let nobody know about your case, and don't talk to people that try to get on your case, and try to get time knocked off theirs. So don't talk about your case. Just make up something. So I had this old man just came up to me, someone who I never knew, I never talked to. I didn't even know the guy was in the same cell. It's just an old man just came up to me out of nowhere. He goes, "Hey, buddy, I don't know if you did anything else besides whatever you in here on out down the street that you didn't get caught for. But if you did, you need to ask your lawyer about a proffer agreement." So I was like, I still really didn't talk to the guy. I was like, well, okay. So I'm like, damn. Oh, I did something. I better call my lawyer. So I called my lawyer and I go, I had a lawyer that was presented to me by the state, but he was a private lawyer for the feds. And the feds, you don't just get public defenders. You get private attorneys that have their own office, but they work for the state.
Yeah, there's the federal public defender's office,
Exactly.
but they only have so many.
Right.
So what happens is that if they're full, well, then the court will actually appoint a private lawyer,
and that's what
to
happened to me.
represent you.
And mine was out of Sarasota, Bradenton. And I call him up. I go, "Hey, check this out. Some old man just came up to me and he was asking me about a proffer agreement. If I know anything, if I have, did anything that, if I know anything about some crime that was committed and no one never got caught for it." I was like, "What's a proffer agreement?" He's like, "Oh, a proffer agreement is, first you have to go over to the state prosecutor and present to them or whatever information that you might have, and they make the last decision if they want to give you a proffer, if they think whatever you got is interesting." I said, "What if I knew about a guy that robbed 10 banks? He's like, "If you know about a guy that robbed 10 banks, you're going home tomorrow." I was like, I didn't want to tell him me, just in case it didn't work out in my favor. I just said I knew about a guy, not me.
Yeah, and you're never going home tomorrow.
No.
But
he's like,
unless you know where there's a terrorist or something, something imminent.
Exactly. So he went over and talked to the state prosecutor and
Federal prosecutor.
yeah, exactly. My bad. He talked to the federal prosecutor and let him know that I knew about some banks that had been robbed, that the case hadn't been solved, and if he was willing to do a proffer with me.
All right.
He came back over, talked to me. He was like, "I'm not going to make you any promises, but when the people who I send over to talk to you, if it's worth being able to do something, then I will." Saying, and the good thing about a proffer, it's only about things that I've done. You feel me? You don't got to tell nobody. It's things that you've done. And another thing about a proffer is that it has to be everything that you've done.
Yeah, no, if you give them any room at all,
They want
to yank the proffer away from you. Like,
I made sure they knew about everything.
you told us this, but we just found out. Once we looked into it, we found out this. You never mentioned this, so we're not giving you any credit.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Exactly, and they still know about what you told them, and they can still use that against you. So I made sure that, and plus this was an opportunity and a chance for me to.
It's a clean slate. So it's a chance you walk out of prison not being.
And they were like, "I can never ever be charged in the Middle District of Florida with anything I've ever done." That sounded good at the time.
Yeah.
So,
what were you looking at anyway?
I think my PSI came back to like 27 years. 27 years.
Oh, I know. I've got it. I had a PSI.
I got a knock 17 off.
Right.
With my. So anyway, So after that, one morning I'm in Morris Street. I'm sitting there and they say, "Hey, Robert, you got to go to medical. You got to go to medical." I'm like, "Okay, hey, I'm ready. I'm getting ready to go to medical." And I'm thinking I'm going to medical, but I wasn't going to medical. They took me down to the chapel. And when I got down to the chapel, there was 2 FBI agents waiting to talk to me. I was like, damn, okay.
Yeah, they don't want to let the other inmates know that you're having a discussion with the FBI.
Exactly.
They're going to say, "Oh, he's fucking snitching. He's this, he's that."
Exactly.
So it's not in their best interest that
It's for your safety too.
Right. Well, yeah.
Exactly. So we go into chapel. They introduced me to them. I introduce him who I am. So we go in, and I started out with the very first one, and that was the one I told you, the very first one that was in Hillsborough, Nevada, and when I had to be buzzed in and everything. I told him exactly how it happened, what I did. I think that day right there, talking with them, I got to like 3 of them. The very next day, they were back. Now, there were 2 different FBI agents there were 2 different age groups. The older gentleman, he had to be around like maybe I'll say he was like 65, 60 something years old. He was older. And the younger guy, he had to be like maybe 30, 32. The next day when they came and pulled me out to come up to the chapel, they were standing in front of the chapel door waiting for me. The officers walking me down the hallway. I get there, and this is the first thing that happened. When I walked down and I, saying good morning to him, the younger FBI agent, he was like, "Hey man, did you ever get a chance to see the movie? Did you get to see the video of you robbing the bank?" I say, no, sir. He's like, "Man, fuck, man, why didn't you play basketball or football?" He's like, "Man, as soon as you open up the door, the first step, you're over the counter. You're over the counter, man. You're great, man. How the hell you're not playing some type of sport?" And I'm sitting there thinking like, this FBI guy is talking to me like he's a fan,
Right.
Something I've just done. And he's like telling me how excited he was from watching me rob this bank and being able to come back and talk to me about what he just seen. And it was just crazy why the older guy was standing behind him with his hand in his pocket. He was just standing there just letting him.
Yeah, but you got to understand too, these guys, by the time they talk to you, they've been trying to solve this crime.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? They've imagine how much time they've spent trying to find this, and then to have the guy, like they've spent hours and hours and hours driving around and just thinking about you and who you are and looking for you. So they're super curious about you. So when they get to talk to you, they already have this fantasy of who you are. They've already they're thinking you're this person, and you find out, no, this is who he is, and this is what happened. And
exactly.
So it's
and that was another.
And you're
thing.
saving them a ton of time.
And that was another thing. Because like after every bank that I robbed, I used to go to Disney, go down to Orlando just to get away from Tampa, because I was like emotionally shook up. I was so much rush was going on, so
Anxiety
and not knowing if I made a mistake or something that they might be knocking on my door. So I get the hell away. So try to put some miles in between till everything calms down. I stay there for the weekend, but every morning I used to get a paper, and exactly what you were saying, they always used to say, "Man, we can't wait to get a chance to speak with this guy. We cannot wait to get a chance to speak with this guy." And then they were like having news people asking questions like, "What do you think he's?" And they were thinking that I got it from this movie, that one movie with the surfers.
Oh yeah. Point Break.
Right. They were thinking I was getting it from that movie, things from that movie. And I had watched that movie before.
Were you watching? Were you wearing a mask?
Always. The first mask that we wore was the guy did this right here.
Oh, you mean Nixon mask? Well, okay, that's the connection. That's the connection between the movie. You ever seen Point Break? You ever seen Point Break?
That was one of the first masks.
Oh, I thought you. I was just wondering. Yeah, Point Break. They all wear president's masks.
Right, and that was because.
And they jump on the counter. They immediately run. They jump up. Yeah, and they're wearing the outfits, the whole thing.
Yeah, they did. But I really didn't get ideas from them.
Right.
I had seen the movies, but I just knew that in order for me to pull this off, these are the things that I had to do. The 2-car things. I mean, a lot of things that I did, I can't really say that I got it from a movie. It was just like common sense with me.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going down Mabry when really I'm going south on down
Not
Mabry.
only that,
I'm really going
the switch of the
north.
cars. I've seen bank robbers stay in the same car, try to get to the house in the same car.
Yeah.
I would never try to do that.
I wrote a story about a guy. Rang the place.
See, that's not. See, that was somebody who not impatient, but they just wanted to rob the bank. They didn't really have a plan. The money was more important than getting away with it.
Right.
You feel me? To me, the money wasn't more important than me coming back home.
Right.
That was more important to me. So I'm going to make sure I'm not worried about when I get in there about exactly how much money I get out of there. I'm worried about I go by my plan and I'm able to walk out them doors without having to have a shootout or being locked up or shot or
walking out of the bank with $1 million and getting caught 2 hours later means nothing.
Stupid.
Right.
And same thing when I was in prison. You can sit up here and tell me about all the planes and Lamborghinis you got, but you're able to spend the same $60 a week as me.
Yeah. Yeah, I always used to say that. He said prison's the great equalizer. It doesn't matter if you're a multi-millionaire.
Exactly.
If you were raised in the projects. So you get a bunk, you're wearing greens, you're wearing greens.
We're the same.
Yeah.
We're the same. So I used to read the Metro after I did each one just to get an idea if what I did made the paper. And they always made the paper. And I always try to see if anything was left or if they spit out some information that might be good for me to hear what they had to say. Oh, we got a tire track or something, whatever. I just wanted to read what they had to say about that.
What happened with the armored car one? Like you skated over you guys also hit an armored car.
The armored car was like, it was in between my 6th and 7th bank. And there was just something that these set of guys had already had this armored car set up to rob because one of the brothers had worked on the armored car.
Right.
And he was no longer working on the armored car, so he knew the layout and what to expect and things like that. They never knew about me. These guys never knew about me. My link with them was through my brother-in-law because my brother-in-law, as he says it, I was the only crazy person he could think of that might be able to pull it off because he knew about what I did. So one day I'm sitting at the house. He like, hey man, I might have something for you. I said, okay, what's that? And he like, I know these guys who want to do this job. I said, all right, man, where you at? I'll meet you at your house or something. I talk in person. So I go to his house. He come to my house or whatever the case was. And we talk about these two guys, two brothers. One of them used to work for the armored car. I think it was Wells Fargo. Was it Wells Fargo? Yeah, I think it was Wells Fargo. And he like, man, the guy working on the truck, he know it's going to be easy, man. It's going to be like $200,000, $300,000, real quick. They want to know if you can be able to pull it off. I said, shit, I need to go see what it looked like. First, show me the route. Show me where the truck at. Show me where it's going to go down. So they came pick me up. They took me over to St. Pete. It was the money store. The money store was an old bank in St. Pete that closed down, and they changed it to the money store strictly for all the armored cars to come pick money up from there to take the banks and stores.
Right.
So this old bank, they changed it over, converted over to the money stores just for armored cars to come pick up money. I think they might have brought money there too. Yeah, they in and out just for armored cars. He knew about it because that was his route. He used to go there to pick up money and deliver it to banks and grocery stores or whatever the case may be. So they came and showed it to me. We sat outside downtown St. Pete. I can't remember exactly what street it was, but it was downtown, right off the interstate somewhere. And we sat over in a parking spot, while we watched the armored car pull up, the guy get out, open up both doors, go inside the money stores. The money stores had like double doors too, because they roll out like laundry bins full of money. And we sitting there, we waiting. He finally comes out, reopen up the doors to the armored car, and he just started throwing money in the back of the truck. I was like, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So I think I waited like 2 or 3 days. We geared up, got all the stuff, 2 cars and everything. We pull up, we in the minivan. It's me. He's the driver, the guy who used to be the driver for the Wells Fargo. Me and his brother with the 2 gunmen. Inside the armored car, you have the driver and the messenger. The messenger is the guy who grabs the money out of and puts it in the back of the armored car. So as soon as the armored car pulls up, we're sitting over in the parking spot. I say, just wait till he get out, and then we'll ease over there. So as soon as the messenger got out, he started opening up the back doors. No. We waited. We waited for him to come in and come out with the money. So he started, I guess he unlocked the back doors to get it ready. Went over to the east set of doors here of the building, knocked on it or whatever. They opened up the doors. He went in there. He was in there approximately a minute or so. When he started coming out with the laundry bin, that's when I told him, let's ride. So we started easing up there. We pulled right around and pulled right along the side of the armored car. I'm the first one coming out. I had a 44 Desert Eagle. When I came out with the gun like this, the messenger seen me. He dropped everything and ran to the front of the truck. So I ran to the back of the truck, looked down the truck to see where he went. He was stooped down by the front tire on the driver's side. I came back to start getting the money to throw into the minivan. My second guy went over to keep an eye on him to see what the messenger was doing. When I went down to grab the first bag of money to throw into the minivan, that's when gunfire. The guy messenger started shooting at my guy. He started firing at him. I grabbed the money. That money was like heavy, really heavy. It was like 80 pounds to try to get with gloves on, and it's shrink wrapped with plastic. So every time I go to pick up the money, it slips out of my hand. I cannot get it out of. I cannot get the money out of this bin because it's this big. Shrink money is heavy when it's that much. So then at that time, the driver started shooting at me. I'm standing from here to where my daughter is. The driver is shooting at me through
15 feet away. He's shooting at you.
He's shooting at me. I'm not like, this is going so fast. So I grabbed the 44, and when I pointed the 44, it's already caught back. And when I pulled the trigger, it just went off, and it just went boom, 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 boom. I couldn't control it with one hand. No one can control a 44 with one hand.
Right.
Unless you like the Hulk or something. But it just went crazy. Boom, 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 boom. I drop it. I try to get the money. I seen the minivan leaving. His brother ran, jumped in the minivan. I seen him trying to leave. I turn around, I'm running. I jumps in the minivan. They shoot out all the windows in the minivan. His brother gets shot in the back of the head. Oh, I see blood coming out of the back of his head because he has on a white bulletproof vest. I have on a black bulletproof vest. I see a red line going into the vest. We make it down to where we have the second vehicle parked by the interstate downtown St. Pete, jump back in it, get on the interstate, come back across town. And
so no money and somebody gets shot in the head.
Exactly.
But was he out or just like he was okay?
He was okay.
The bullet had to go through the glass.
Right.
So it slowed it down.
It just grazed him.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, and we're talking about a 9mm. I'm not saying it didn't hurt, but I'm saying it didn't penetrate his skull.
It grazed him. So as soon as we get back to the second vehicle, they go over with me in the second vehicle. They jump in their own personal car because he didn't know how serious condition his brother was in. So his aunt is a nurse in Orlando. So he like, man, I'm finna rush my brother down here to Orlando. My aunt's a nurse, and I'm gonna get her to take care of woo. They did that. I come back home. I'm going through the process of everything that just took place and how did this happen and this, that, and the other. That night, I get a knock at the door. It's by Hillsborough County Sheriff Office. And it's from a domestic violence charge that was dropped against me, but I guess the state picked it up or whatever, and it still had a warrant out for me. I'm thinking it was for the other.
Yeah.
So the guy was like, no. And my girl like, what do you want him for? She like, the officer was like, he has a warrant out for his arrest for domestic violence charge. She's like, no, I dropped that charge. No. She started crying and everything, but they wasn't with it. They arrested me that night. That night, because of me robbing or attempted robbery of the armored car, when I fell asleep, everything, the adrenaline, everything that happened earlier that day was playing in my head, in my dream. And in my dream, I kept hearing like in my dream, I was like, what is that noise? I'm dreaming about the whole shit that took place. And I'm like, I could just keep hearing these. And I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm like, I'm breathing. I'm in jail. I'm in jail. I just attempted. I had a shootout downtown St. Pete. I dropped the gun. Now I'm having this nightmare about, I hear this noise that I couldn't make out what the hell it was. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna go back to sleep. I'm gonna go back to this dream. I'm gonna slow this dream down. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna see what the hell, what the noise. I want to see what it was. Fell back to sleep. I'm in the dream. I catch back up. I slow down. We shooting, and I slow it down, and I can see it was bullets. Now I check it. Think I'm bullshitting. If somebody's shooting at you from right there, and I'm right here, and you go to the range all the time, and you don't hit me, and I go to sleep, and I have this dream that is something passing quickly by me, but I can't. And it was bullets.
Yeah. Well,
and it didn't touch me, not one bullet. Now, the bullet that did get me is when I turned around to run, to jump in the minivan, they started blasting the minivan up. One of the guards shot the ground, and it ricocheted off the ground and went into the heel of my foot. And then right now in this shoe right here, in the back of the heel of my foot, I have a little round circle that's healed up now. But on this heel right here, it's smooth. But on here, you'll see a little circle with a little indentation where a piece of shrapnel went in the heel of my foot. When I got to jail that night, that's when I found out, when I had to take my shoe and socks off. No, I found that at home. I had already, I found that at home. When I got home, I had to take my shoe off. I didn't even notice that there was a little hole in the back of the heel of the shoe. But when I took my sock off, there was blood all there, and I looked at the back of my heel, and there was a little hole where a little shrapnel had went in the heel of my feet. I don't remember pulling it out or nothing. I don't know if it just ricocheted and went in and out or however it's done, but that's the only thing that happened to me.
So let's go back. Your PSI is supposed to, your PSI says 27 years. Right. You get 17 knocked off.
Right. So what happened was, this is how that happened to finish up this right here. I said, I can't do 27 years.
Right.
I can't do 27 years. I'm kind of added up. I think at the time I was like, okay, 30 or 28 or whatever it was. I was not being able to do 27 years because I would have got out, like be 60 or something like that. So I remember this guy saying, in everyone's case, there's something wrong. You can't leave it up to your lawyer to do it. It's got to be on you. It's something the judge did, your lawyer, the prosecutor, the arresting cop, the detective, the paperwork, something somewhere is wrong. So I say, okay, all right, this what, okay, man, 27 years. I got my PSI, they're talking about this right here. They're trying to make me a violent habitual offender.
Right.
I was like, man, what the hell is a violent habitual offender? I said, okay, I'm signing up for the law girl. I wrote down, signed up for the law.
So did you already get, you just have the PSI?
I ain't get sentenced yet.
Okay.
I just got the PSI, they just delivered it to me. So I said, you know what, I'm going to the law library. I go to the law library. I look up, first thing, I want to know what a violent habitual offender is, because that's what's giving me all this time, all these extra months. So I want to see what that is. And they say a violent habitual offender is a person who has 2 past convictions of violence, or 2 of drug, or 1 of each. That makes you a violent habitual offender. I say, okay. All right. What I'm being charged with. So I look at my charges. I have 2 charges before the charge that I'm on.
Right.
And 1 charge after it. Right. But the definition for violent habitual offender means they have to happen before.
Right. Yeah.
So, and the word was consequent. I'm like, what the hell consequent mean?
Right.
And that's before. So, so I look at my charges, and what it is, they try to make me a violent habitual sin. I have 2 past. I have 2 past convictions of violence, none of drugs, but 1 was before the charge and 1 was after the charge. And you're trying to say, now, damn, how was 1 before and 1 was after? Because I had already had 1 before. I got charged with a charge that they're holding me on. I bonded out and got another charge.
Right.
And I pled to that charge, right? But I'm still being held on that. So one was before and one was after. They both had to be before in order for them to make me a violent habitual offender.
Right.
So I called my lawyer up. I said, they can't do that. I'm saying to myself, I ripped out the page in the law library that says that. And I ripped out the definition for violent habitual offender, and I brought it back to my cell. I called my lawyer up. I said, hey, how are you? I said, hey, man, I think you need to get here because I think my PSI might be wrong. They're trying to make me. He's like, okay, Robert, I'll be right there tomorrow. So when he came, I presented him with the information that I had. I showed it to him. He looked at it. He looked at my PSI. He looked at the dates. He's like, man, I think we got something here. He's like, you're right. We got something here. I'm like, yeah, I got something. I said, so what you gonna do? He's like, well, I'm gonna get to you, man. I'm gonna do you. In 1 week's time, they send me amended PSI with 17 years knocked off my sentence.
Nice.
Just because of that one thing that I did myself.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Yeah, I could have been lazy. I could have depended on my lawyer. I could have just laid there and said, no, man.
You can't rely on your lawyer. Like everybody thinks, people that have never been through the system always think, oh, well, you get a lawyer. Like all lawyers are the same. They're not all the same. They're not all working for you. They're not always interested in, they don't always have your interest, in mind. And you have to understand that the law work, it's a lot of work.
It is.
So they're trying to limit the ability to
have a lot of caseloads.
Right. Oh, it's ridiculous. I'm not saying it's a ton of work.
You might not even get an hour worth of their time on your case, man, because of the simple fact they just have so many people pulling them.
Yeah, they're overloaded.
My attorney, I just knew he wasn't able to do the job for me because
and then
the first few minutes
they don't give him anything.
He didn't present me anything, or he didn't sound like, well, hey, you know what, I'm gonna find out this right here. So I said, I remember that guy saying, in everyone's case, there's something wrong. So I'm finna start. I can't do this time. I got to just see what's wrong in my case. And I found, and it probably was other things that was wrong in my case.
Right.
But I just found that one thing at that time right there, and that was enough to knock 17 years off my sentence. And
so you get 10 years. You did 8.5. How much halfway house?
None.
No halfway house?
None, because I had people I had a house to come to, and I did no halfway house. I did 3 years supervised release for the feds and 10 years for the state.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. 10 years in federal prison and 3 years probation. Okay. You got a year and a half off though, right? For a good time.
For the yeah. Cause you
didn't do 10 years in prison. You did 8.5.
Right. Cause what we at 80 what 85% they doing?
Yeah 85.
So I got my little good time because it was 10 and I did 8 on it. So and then I got out with 36 months supervised release. I'm thinking I'm going home, but I had a concurrent sentence with the state ran with my fed, and my state time overlap. It was a little bit more, so Florida was waiting for me. They picked me up from Atlanta because I did all my time in Atlanta federal prison because I escaped from Orient Road one time, so I had to be on a train.
Right.
A moving train, jumped on a moving train. I escaped from booking. So I have to be in a maximum security, and we only had a medium and low here.
Yeah.
What's the name? Our federal prison here, Coleman.
Coleman
only had a medium and a low, and they were building the max.
Yeah.
The max is built now, but I was finishing up my time in Atlanta when the max finally got finished. Florida waited for me. I came here. I went to Holmes Correctional. I did 2 years in the state and got out from the state with a 10-year probation period time, and I just completed it like a year ago, August 28th.